welcome everyone to Darthak Rising. This is a 3-part prequel series helping to set the stage for the Val'Ghast campaigns. We'll try to keep it to 4 hours-ish tonight with a short break in the middle. My puppy will dictate when that break happens, alright? So nobody get your bent out of shape. The puppy's got a weak, tiny bladder, alright? It'll happen, don't worry. Val'Ghast is a homebrew setting of mine that I've been working on for a while, about a decade, a little more than that. It originally wasn't a D&D setting, so if things get weird or not D&D-ish, and you find yourself getting your underwear in a knot, take your underwear off, go outside, sit in the snow, and chill out. Okay? Just know that your D&D 5e system is being adapted to a setting rather than the other way around. So, here's some notes about scheduling. We're not taking any questions about that. The next Darthak Rising game is on 12/14/21. That is the 14th of December, 2021. That is December the 14th, 2021 AD, or CE if you're a history nerd. The next Lost in Theros game is on December 8th, 21. The next Heresy and Damnation game is on 12/12/21. For those of you that keep an eye on Heresy and Damnation, note the ominous numbers around that date. 12, 12, and then 2, 1. Something's backwards there. It doesn't quite line up. Freaky. For Val'Ghast, we're excited to announce 4 upcoming games of 3 episodes each, and a one-shot. Like all my games, player actions determine future events. We're also actively looking for players. So if you're interested in playing a game, please find us on Discord. You can use the Discord link in my channel here on Twitch or on Twitter. Just go ahead and @ me. I'm DM Azuloth on Twitter. Also, in all my games, backseat gaming is ignored or mocked. This goes for players too. So if you're watching, just sit back and enjoy, cheer them on in the chat, sob when they are brutally murdered by the forces of darkness, treat each other with respect. If you're a player and you try to tell someone how to play their character, you're going to get slapped by me. I'm not going to let other people play their characters. That's all there is to it. Because you didn't write their backstory, and you had no parts in that. So let them be themselves. Let them use this character to work through whatever they want to work through. Trauma, fantasy, what have you. Now, without further ado, we'll introduce tonight's players. So, if you guys are cackling in the background, let's see. We'll introduce Burn first. Go ahead, Burn.
Oh, hello, I'm playing Val'Ghast, a redemption paladin on his quest for peace in his land.
All right. Let's see. Next up is... Let's give that a roll. Let's go with emotional AC of -8. You're on, and now you've muted yourself too. Go ahead.
That hurt. Oh.
I'm Tibbo. My emotional AC is -8. I'm playing Allegra Ver Irish in this game. I am also in the other games CJ mentioned.
Because you can't get enough of me as your DM.
Because I'm a glutton for punishment, and he abuses that at every chance he gets.
It's true. Alright. Next up is Cynthia. Go ahead, Cynthia. Oh, you've muted yourself.
I'm Cynthia, and I'm playing Rian.
Okay.
What is my character's last name? Rian.
Verardesta.
Varadesta. Thank you. I hadn't heard it before.
You're welcome. Okay.
I'm a drow fighter.
Half drow fighter, right?
Yes, half drow fighter.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Let's do Leverett, go ahead and unmute yourself and introduce yourself and your character.
I am playing Leverett, a storyteller and occasional fighter, and inveterate liar. I don't believe a single thing he says. But since I've got a very high deception, you probably will anyway.
Dubious. All right. Last but not least, Tao. Go ahead, Tao.
Hey, I'm Tao, and I'm playing the party's ranger. My name is Dexter Vercorde.
All right. Without further ado, let's get ourselves started here. Any questions about your character sheets before we get started? Just want to make sure everybody's good. I should have gotten to everybody and imported everybody's settings. So just take a quick once over while I do the read-in for the first part that we're going to be playing in, alright?
Okay.
Okay. And if you have questions, wait until I'm done and then ask. Oh. Alrighty. So this is the wonderful world of Val'Ghast. And we are... Oops. We are here in the Sovereign Kingdom of Cruinthe. So... The year is 1044 AJ, after Justea. Sovereign Kingdom of Cruinthe, located in the northeastern reaches of the continent, is a militaristic nation, mostly made up of humans with some half-elves and other races that reside here. A nation that is far more advanced than most of its contemporaries, partially due to its ruling family, the Royal House Justea, who have been in control of the country since the Dark Ages hundreds of years ago. This nation is nestled between mountain ranges that thrust into the sky, forming a pocket of fertile land carved out by rivers and glaciers that plowed it in ancient times. While much of the land itself is wild and untamed, populated by monsters or savages, the areas of the people that are held under control are held by the Cruinthian military, a monolithic organization that answers to the crown and to the people. A modern invention of the current king, King Zenas Ver Justea. In its infancy, the military has begun to spool up and prepare for war. To the south, a threat looms overhead, like an executioner's axe prepared to sever all humanity. The southern neighbor, the kingdom of Val'Ghast, is under siege by a force that has been seen in prior decades, some 500 years ago as well. A plague of war that the region has yet to shake completely, it seems. It looks to the people of Cruinthe that the kingdom of Val'Ghast will not last long against this external threat. They look to themselves and others within their reach for allies in this dark time. Cruinthe, the capital city of Cruinthe, is a city of 100,000 souls. The morning sun rises and the city wakes and begins to bustle with purpose. Construction of new fortresses, towers, and battlements, the clanging of metal striking hot steel as arms and armor are beaten into useful shape. Recruits marching and fighting in the training centers, preparing for the worst. The sounds of morning cause many to wake from their beds. There is a chill in the air. Winter cold has seeped into your resting places. Let me go ahead and preload this. And we will jump as soon as that's done. Okay, it looks good. I'm seeing 5 okays. And, of course, Tao. Got left behind.
Oh, God! How bad am I?
You're fine.
You loaded this high def map. Tao's fucking internet went back to dial-up.
Alright. Hold on, let me pause the background music real quick. So, yes, this is a high def map. Sorry if everyone's computer's just hard tanked.
It's gray.
It might take you a moment to load, pal.
Oh, shoot.
Well, pardon me. Nope, mine's just fine.
Alright. So,
That's a nice butthole right there.
Oh my god, Thibaut. It's an arena. If you zoom in all the way, it looks like a coliseum.
The arena hungers.
Because it is. Alright. Moving on. Brace yourselves, because we're going to do this live. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Cynthia.
Sir.
Where is Rianne Verardesta this morning? You've already received a letter from the princess. You're already here in the city. What are you doing this morning? What does your regular morning look like here?
If I've been in the city for a couple of days, is my mother currently at the House of Healing?
Yes, she's currently at the hospital. The, hold on. I have a name for it. The Van Cressa Recovery Center, which is, can you see my cursor?
Nope. Oh. And for some reason, it will not let me move the map around. I can only go in and out.
Try right-clicking on it, and then...
Hold down right click and drag the mouse.
Yeah, right-click and drag the mouse around. Try that.
Nope. All I get is a window.
Okay. Well, it's... Yeah, that's the one right there. The hot pink circle. You see that?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that's the Van Cressa Recovery Center. It's the House of Healing. It has several floors that are dedicated to the art of healing. It has its own herbalist attached and alchemy laboratory nearby. In a separate building, of course, just in case of accidents. So that's where your mother would be, right?
Then she's there, probably helping out however she can at this particular point. Sometimes you just need a big silent woman with a battle axe to make people behave.
Yes, and Cruinthian soldiers who are coming back from expeditionary battles are not the most cooperative or patient of patients. They thrash about, and they're more or less concerned about getting back to the front, getting back to their units. Damned if they do, damned if they don't. The leg is fine. Just let me go.
Well, that's pretty much where... no, they're not fine, and she'll order them around if they have to, including thumping them on the head.
Mm-hmm. So, Rianne, you're on the, we'll call it the second floor here of a recovery ward. Most of the beds are empty here, thankfully, but there are a couple of beds where the men and women that are occupying, these people are too wounded to be moved or go anywhere. They're just convalescing at the moment until magical healing can get them right again. Your mother, who is a very dusky-skinned dark elf, is sitting by one of their bedsides and notices you walking in. Go ahead and describe your character.
Brienne is tall. Even for a drow, she's tall. She's got very dark skin, black hair that's so black it's got blue highlights, and pale gray eyes. She's wearing chain. She's got her axe. She's got her lesser axes with her, not her big axe. And she tends to favor her left shoulder. And is very tall, very proper, very regal. And walks in and, "Good morrow, Mother. How are you today?"
I'm fine, dear. These are not, but I am fine. Here, let us speak where we won't disturb them. She gets up from the chair and pulls a packet out from under her chair where she was sitting and smooths out her robes that are a little bit more in the Cruinthian style than of the Dark Elvish style. She's been here for quite a long time and has more or less acclimated to living in this country. You notice as she walks by towards the corner to look out the window where the morning light is coming in the east, that there are a couple of lines around her eyes that weren't there before, and some pulling around her mouth that wasn't there before. Signs of age, which doesn't normally happen in Dark Elves.
No,
She said,
that deeply unsettles Ree because her mother's probably only 800 years old.
yes. She turns and she says, well, things look like they are getting bad in the south. Very bad in the south. That's right, Devil. That's right, Devil 2. Things look like they're getting very bad in the south, dear. Are you sure this mission isn't going to take you anywhere near that?
To the best of my knowledge, Mother, no, it's not.
Hmm.
Hopefully, this will help things alleviate the issues in the south.
Well, that's good. That's good of you. I guess there's no proper time to be telling you this, but I'm thinking about returning to Sarensul. It's a bit of a journey, but I think I need to be around my kin.
Why? They were rude to you when we last met them.
True, yes. And it's been a long time. Perhaps tempers have cooled. And my adventurous spirit has since been tempered by this country. Though it doesn't seem like it has yet yours. She gestures to all of you and says, I have something for you as a gift from your grandmother in Sarensul. She has recently earned the favor of certain noble house and had commissioned this for you. And she hands over a packet and passes it to you. It's wrapped in brown paper and twine. She says, go ahead and open it.
Okay. Ree pulls her lesser dagger and slits open the twine and lets the paper fall away.
What is in your hands is a very finely crafted silken shirt and set of robes, more or less, sort of. It's a fighting outfit from Sarensul. She says, this was weaved by the flame spinner spider. It's very strong, much like the chainmail here in this country. Lighter, though. Should allow you to benefit from it. A parting gift of mine. There's something that you may not know about our people that you will not suffer from. Your mixed heritage grants you boons. Best of both worlds, really. You have the long life, and you have the strength and ingenuity that these people have. The ability to act in a fashion that is very short term when problems are on a rise. That's a good thing. Those are good things. What you don't have is the need to eventually be around your kin to sustain yourself. The magical energies that permeate us are affected by our density. There aren't many drow here in the city. I can count all of them on one hand, and it's less than 3. She gestures between the two of you. She says, I am getting old here. If I'm going to see my next century, I have to leave. Oh. Luckily, the Ariash estate is close enough to the mountain paths that we took when we first left Sarensul. So, I will be able to visit you. However, not here in the city. It's far, and spending a prolonged period of time away from my people has already worn itself on me. I hope you understand.
I understand. I am bereft, but I understand.
Please don't feel as if I'm abandoning you. After all,
I would never think that. I'm just trying to picture a future that you are not fully part of is difficult.
I understand. I'm struggling with the same thing. But life is change, and to stagnate is death, as they say. So, you have your meeting today, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
She nods and says, "Well, I think your cousin is on duty. Not the shitty one, the other one. What's his name? I can't remember all these distant relations of mine. What's his name?
Not. Oh. No. Let me. I don't remember. There's Calvin and the other guy. Calvin's the asshole.
Hi.
She says, yes, not Calvin. Assyrian. I believe Assyrian is on duty today. So, anyway, I saw him this morning. He stopped by. He's a wonderful boy.
Yes, he is.
No.
He'd make a far better duke than Calvin.
No. We can't change their traditions here, but we can help influence. So, anyway, I'm wasting your time now.
You are never a waste of my time, Mother.
Oh.
Never.
Is there something that I can do for you before I leave the city?
Your blessing?
Of course, always. And she reaches up, gets on her toes, and kisses you on the head and says, "You always have my blessing, dear."
Stay safe and write often?
Yes. And cling to the ceiling like the spider.
Cling to the ceiling like the spider.
And she nods and she goes back to the convalescing soldiers over in the corner, leaving you there yourself.
Well, since a large peg of Ree's life has just been knocked out from under her, she's slightly stunned.
Mm-hmm.
And will make her way to wherever the meeting is.
Okay. We will move on to another character at this point. Let's see here. Dexter Corday. In the city, where would you be today?
I would be at my barracks waking up.
All right. There are many barracks throughout the city. The city has been undergoing a large construction project that has been adding fortifications to the outer reaches of the city as well as the inner reaches. Some of those fortifications can be seen here on the map. However, some of them are not visible because this is the central district of the city. One of which is right... where'd I put it? Right here.
Is it marked? Oh,
yeah.
Hey.
Tivo's been great about circling things with hot pink. That is one of the closer military positions within the city, near the Central Square and Victory Square. Victory Square is right north of you. That's this square here. And the Central Square is right here south of the main castle. What does your normal morning look like, and what are you doing on this morning?
Well, first, I am waking up, like, I'm doing some stretches. Recently, I've been doing, like, a lot of activities in the shape of tests that I asked for my superiors, and at this point, it's taking a toll on my body. I just cast a healing word on myself to avoid, like, exhaustion and, like, the pain. I do some morning prayers to my god, the one that I derive my power from.
Okay.
Before heading out to my room for whatever next task, I take a look at the last letter given to me by my dad for a reminder before heading off into whatever I need to do today.
I see. All right. As you're getting up and you're beginning your day, the sergeant of the watch comes by and says, Corday, how are you today?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Anything I can help you with, sir?
Not particularly. You have that duty assignment to go to the castle, right?
Yes.
No, I have it here.
Scheduled to go today, sir.
No, I have it here marked on my sheet. All right. So, is there anybody you can recommend to fill out your duty roster for the day and going forward in case you're deployed elsewhere?
I've been seeing Jonathan a lot on the tavern recently. Maybe he's free.
Sounds like he's free, being in the tavern too much. All right. Well, I will let Jonathan know that you did not put him up for this. Thank you, Corday. You can go about your business. And he starts scribbling on a sheaf of paper. What do you do next?
Salutes, goes on his way. How long until my scheduled meeting?
You probably have like a couple hours.
He goes to he's going to spend his day he's probably going to get some fresh bread, eat something really nice.
Okay. There are a couple of places that are on this street. This street here, the one that your little barracks is on, is Lombard Street. It is sort of in a southwesterly position from the King's Highway. The King's Highway is the road that goes north to south. Many of the premier businesses are on Lombard Street or are just off of it. For example, right next to your barracks is the Luke Ariash Theater. And across from it is Berman and Nalon, which is more or less a library. Down the street, this blue tavern here is the Scarlet Rose Tavern, which is a quite popular place for military folks to... Tivo, what are you doing? Are you labeling? Shh. D&D Beyond game log, stop it. And then just down the way with this tan roof is a building called Birch's Little Tea Shop. You have your pick of places you can go.
Is it Tavern too early in the day to relax a little bit before going?
That's up to you.
Can I get a really quick naming again of the places?
So the blue roof one right here is the Scarlet Rose Tavern. The tan roof one right here is Birch's Little Tea Shop.
Tea shop. I should go there.
Okay.
Tea's relaxing.
The theater is in the wrong spot, Tibbo, if you're labeling things for yourself.
Oh my!
It's
okay.
It's across the street.
Oh, well, you know.
What does he pay you for?
He doesn't pay me!
Exposure.
That's the reason why you're still an intern.
But you know what? I don't want to be an intern here anymore.
Okay, so you go into the Birch's Little Tea Shop. All right, so you head down the street, you pass by. It's quite crowded this morning on this street. A lot of people are milling about, going about their business. This is, it's not like there's not a couple of neighborhoods right next to the street here. So, you have to work your way through the crowd. You arrive at the tea shop. There's a woman behind the counter. You know her as Madame Birch. She's, yes, dear, what can I do for you? She's polishing the top of the counter. There's several different tea labels up on the wall for what she provides, and there are a few pastries that she also provides for lunch.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, madam. Could I get some more packets of the usual tea?
Of course. And she goes over and she grabs a couple of packets wrapped in brown paper of a tea from the south. She passes it over to you. She's not going to be able to get much of this anymore, you know.
Are you sure about this? I do really need those. They help me on my worst days.
Rumor has it that Val'Ghast is going to not last the year.
Worrying news.
These are the times we live in, son. Just, you know, your head up and do your duty, I guess. Anything
Well,
else?
am I still going to be able to obtain those pastries over there? They look very delicious.
Yes. For your total, I'm going to need a core silver piece. She grabs a couple of croissants off the shelf and wraps them up for you and puts them along with the tea.
Mm-hmm. A core silver piece. You would be happy to do so.
She takes it. The core silver piece is about the size of a dime, a U.S. dime. She takes it.
The core silver piece is the equivalent of a gold, or is it electrum?
It's a silver piece. It's just a regular silver piece.
Oh, okay.
The Duke is the equivalent of an electrum.
Mm-hmm.
She says, looks like there's a line forming behind you. Anything else I can do for you?
No, that'll be all.
Keep to your step, Ranger.
I will. And he leaves, and he's going to enjoy his nice breakfast.
All right. You can find a table and chairs out front of the tea shop. There's a series of just spots to eat that wrap around the building towards the tree and towards the neighborhood, but it stops before it gets off the pavement.
Mm-hmm. You're going to eat, and he's going to start thinking about how much time he has, and if he has anybody in mind that he can do a quick work before, try to squeeze in a little bit of a little bit of work in the morning before he has to do all the stuff.
There's always papers that need running from the barracks to headquarters, so you could probably do that for the watch sergeant and get a pat on the back.
He would love to do so.
Okay. Well, you head back to your barracks and you pick up some. Did you? I just noticed when he labeled your barracks.
Oh no!
All right. So you pick up some documents, transfer orders, and such, and you take them over towards the castle.
Mm-hmm. This ranger has an anime girl bread on his mouth, just running.
Yeah, you're
with documents.
You're having the Rei Ayanami morning. Hopefully, you won't plow over a Shinji. Okay. Moving along, we'll switch to another character. And let's put our ambient music back on.
If I was plowed by my son, it would be weird, huh?
Yeah, it would be weird. Emotional AC of -8. Allegra, where are you and what are you up to this morning? And could you erase the pink circles if you don't mind? Oh, I have them muted. My bad. Continue.
Wow! Okay. What the fuck?
Right.
You talking about this last half hour that no one's been able to hear on the stream?
No. No. People have been able to hear the stream. It's just I had him muted because he was having a moment over there. It was getting picked up by your mic. So anyway, Where are you and what are you doing this morning?
So I assume Allegra came down with Rianne.
If that's okay with Rianne. Who's currently muted?
Brienne didn't hear anything that was said.
Oh, just now.
We traveled down together, correct? From...
I can hear everything, but I did not hear what Allie said, so...
Oh. I'm muted too.
Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah,
Hello?
Allie didn't say anything. Can you hear Tibbo now?
Nope.
Tibbo, say words.
Words.
Timo, speak.
I don't like being a dog.
Okay.
Can you hear
Hello?
him? Can you hear him now?
Yes, I can hear him.
Okay. All right.
Did Allegra and Rianne travel south together?
She's asking if Allegra and Rianne traveled south together.
Depends if she was going to the city or not, or if she was just avoiding her brothers.
I was going to the city. I've been summoned for something. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, definitely.
Yeah, to what?
Oh, you still can't hear you, Tibbo. Apparently.
What?
Try leaving and rejoining, Tibbo. I'll fill in. So Allegra, can you hear him now?
Say something, Tib.
Something?
Thank you, Tib. Yes, I can hear him.
Okay. Let's try that again.
Then most definitely yes, they traveled south together.
Okay.
In which case, so where... You did say that there was a family house here?
Yes, the Arayash have a family house here in the city. If you would bring your attention to the northeastern corner of the city.
Yeah, I see it.
What you're on is the Mage's Academy. The family house is one of the ones with these 6 yards up here.
Oh man, do I get to pick?
Yeah, you get to pick.
Oh shit, I get a pool? Are you fucking kidding me?
Only 3 houses have pools.
Yeah, I'm getting a pool.
Okay.
Actually, one would tend to think they would probably be more of an ornamental pond than a pool.
Pool house.
I would like it to be a pool that may or may not be an ornamental pond, actually.
Well, how you regard the pool or the pond is up to you.
Even a mouth fountain is a pool if your wisdom's small enough.
Nerd place, please.
Hang on.
How do I select your frickin' text?
Yes! I win.
I'm gonna hurt you.
You already have.
Okay.
Okay.
Eb?
Whoop.
Remember Ree's credo about mages and archers.
That's not very nice. If that's the case,
I'm just saying, remember it.
she's just gonna get out of the house, and assuming she knows where Rianne went, she's going to head out that way.
Okay. So that will take you south along this boulevard here, between your old dorms, which you barely stayed in the dorms here.
Yeah, those are kind of boring.
And your school. The regular hawkers for street food are here by the College Green.
Oh, well, what kind of food do they have?
Oh, it's street meat of dubious origin.
That's not what I asked. What kind, though?
You don't know.
Well, I'll pick up one for me and one for Rianne.
Okay.
And just, kind of... Hang on, do I have that readied? Oh yeah, I'll prestidigitation them to make them both taste incredibly good.
Okay.
You can always cast Identify to find out what's in them.
I don't want to identify what's in them. I'm just gonna like make them both taste like really succulent beef Wellington.
All right.
Just like,
You Wellington your dubious street meat of dubious origin as you head along the boulevard and then down this avenue here along your college green. You see the military academy over here on the hill as you walk by, and you can sort of hear a little bit of sounds of swords clashing in the distance of these trees as you're walking by. You join up with crowds here in the central square, the main plaza here, passing by this fortress cathedral, which is heavily patrolled by knights in black. And then you go down and around towards the hospital. Church with knights. Great. So, you're outside the hospital. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna like take a little bite of my food and then walk inside while eating one of them. Are they like falafels or something that like is hand food, or
Yeah, it's
we're talking like
it's meat.
muttons.
We're talking meat on a stick. We're just talking like kebab.
Like,
Yeah, we're talking kebab.
I'm like walking through the hospital.
Okay. You eventually find her on the second floor after she had just spoken with her mother. So there you are.
I got this for you, Rianne, and I'll like hold the stick of meat like arm's length. It's like, I hope it smells as good as it tastes.
It's warm and not covered in maggots, so probably.
Well, it's they probably brushed the maggots off before I came here. It only cost like look down and be like,
Really?
Oh, I didn't.
Really, Allie?
Well, it's food. They feed
You didn't pay them.
students at the academy with it.
You did. Oh, lovely. But you didn't pay them, Allie.
They'll be fine.
No, they won't be. We are going to go back and we are going to pay them. And you're going to apologize.
I don't even
No.
remember who it was.
I'm sure we can find them. I'm going to take the food and I'm going to take Allie's arm and we are going to go back and find the merchant that she liberated this from.
Okay.
Oh, God. I think I liberated it from him.
So you head back up and past the college, passing the castle for the second time, and you find the meat.
Exercise is good for you.
You find the meat street vendor, and you pay them a couple copper pieces to settle your conscience.
Thank you. And what do you tell them, Allie?
It was edible.
No, you
You're
tell them
welcome.
you were very sorry and you won't do it again.
I'm very sorry. And she will try to walk away.
Good merchant, my deepest apologies for my cousin. And I slide them a silver piece.
Takes it, shrugs, says, "Them college kids are all the same."
Unfortunately, yes, I must agree, but my cousin should be better.
Goes back to grilling the dubious meat.
Oh, it was grilled?
Yeah.
This is an update. Hang on. This man has a backstory now.
Yeah, it's a little like half can grill.
Okay, never mind. It's on a can. This isn't really a grill. This is just a hobo fire.
Yeah, a little bit. All right. So you guys.
Ree's gonna chase after Allie and go, we have a meeting.
Right, in the castle, which is where I'm heading.
Yes.
And she's like, absent-mindedly walking the wrong way.
Oh, you
Grab her and spin her around and go, we're going this way, cuz.
But
No.
you just said the exercise is good. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Hang
You got
Walk this way.
on.
I need
The
to wash your
exercise is
face.
Good. No, my face is fine. Thank you very much. Besides, who all are we even meeting other than it was the princess, right?
Yes.
The queen? Yeah. I mean, she'll wait. She
You're
knows.
the daughter of a duke. You will prevent a proper person. Besides, we don't want C to get any more ideas.
Yeah, look, he couldn't form an articulate thought unless someone put it in his head. All right.
I'm not even sure he could form an articulate thought if they put it in his head, but he's a backstabbing piece of ferment, so we need to be on our best behavior here.
You guys are so lame. Fine.
And you head to the castle. Okay.
Do we see the person running with toast in their mouth?
We'll get to that. Well, that leaves one person left.
Sure.
Go ahead, Leverett. What are you doing this morning? What does your normal day look like, and what do you look like?
Leverett is about 6 feet tall, somewhat slender. Basic brown hair, brown eyes, could blend in anywhere there are humans, really. Dressed in fine clothes, not finery, but clothes that are fine. They're clean, they fit, there are no major holes or anything in them. He has a cloak on that's held with a silver pin shaped like a running hare. And he is looking for something to help his hangover. As to where he is, he's not sure, but it would be somewhere where he could hear stories.
Okay. There are several places in this city where stories can be heard or experienced. The arena, for one, is one place. The athletic field, the Hippodrome, or the Circus Maximus, if you will, here, is another. The Lucariash Theater is one. Berman and Nutland's library and bookstore is also a place where stories can be heard or told or seen or read. The Scarlet Rose Tavern here provides a more personal sort of setting for hearing stories. It's also where you could get the hair of the dog and maybe a bowl of river serpent chowder if that's your fancy. And then there's
the tavern.
Okay, so you arrive from wherever. Your story is your own. Outside the Scarlet Rose Tavern early in the morning, you are expecting that the place is closed because it is early in the morning and it is a tavern. But you see a couple of military-clad youths stride out of the front of it, looking a little lush in the cheeks. They're in their dress blacks, where they have their formal clothing on, which is a pair of black trousers with red lines down the sides, black jacket over a red shirt, and these two don't have epaulets, so they are definitely frontline soldiers. They're not wearing hats, per se. It's more of a headband that is also crimson red. They both kind of like nod to you and kind of like stumble off towards somewhere, perhaps a barracks or somewhere else. Looks like the tavern's open.
Leverett will squint angrily at the sun, shade his eyes, stagger into the tavern, and order the cheapest, roughest wine they have.
All right. You get swill wine, basically. The tavern keeper a woman named Rosie goes ahead and introduces herself to you. She's entirely too chipper for this time of morning. She says, "I'll go ahead and get you your wine there, dear. Anything else I can get you on this fine morning?" All right, then. Hangover cure for you too, buddy. I'll be right back. That'll be a couple of silver pieces. And she goes and she retrieves both a bowl of a wooden carved bowl of some chowder and a really cheap short bottle of wine. She'll take your money from you and say, "Don't really see a lot of regular traveling folk in this tavern since the military's been spooling up. Where are you from? Not from the city?"
Here, there. I out of thin air, he picks the name of a large city.
Sorath is a large city.
Okay.
Yeah, Morith is a large city. Helcorth is the next largest city.
I'll go with that one. I tell her, "Oh yes, I'm from Helcorth originally."
Helcorth is quite far. It's on the other side of the country, more or less.
Yes, it was quite a trip.
I'd like to see that ziggurat one day.
Me too.
You lived there.
I'll see it again, I mean.
Oh, I see. She says, "Well, since you're a traveler, anywhere I can point you to for today?"
You know any good stories?
Well, I know a couple of stories my father's told me, and I know that there are a lot of stories on show down at the theater.
He gives her his brightest smile.
Okay.
He says, "I would love to hear any interesting tales you have to tell."
So she begins to regale you a tale from years ago. She's not really sure if it's myth or not, but it's a story her father told her of a people locked in a mountain in a fortress during wintertime. And it was a winter that lasted entirely too long, decades even. During the night, in the cold, little dark shapes came out of the ground in the fields where men had been slain, and where many of those creatures had been slain. And they kept coming and coming until the men in the mountain were forced to try to dig through to the other side. The story, more or less, is structured like a poetic edda, where it's rhythmic and mnemonic in its structure. She finishes the story. Go ahead and give me a history roll. First roll of the game. See if you've heard this one before.
Let's see. History +5. Let's see. Rolling. So I'm going to roll a die 20.
Mm-hmm.
+5. See if I'm doing this correctly. I don't think I'm doing this correctly.
You can roll straight from your sheet if you go to your character sheet and then click on the word history. It'll give you options. And then you can just click normal, and it'll give you a normal roll.
Should probably know that I don't know how to do anything.
It's pending.
Stab somebody.
There it goes.
I just rolled a 25.
Yeah, you rolled a natural 20 is what you got. And for some reason, it's not letting me pop it out. But, yeah, it's 25. So, yes, you've heard this story before. You know it a little better than she does. So, while she's kind of hitting some certain points, you know that there were different names than what she gave. Perhaps the story has changed in ages that have gone since its original telling, but you happen to know how the original story was told. But for your purposes, a different version is a different version.
Exactly. Yeah. When she's done, he thanks her politely and gets out his book of tales and begins noting it down.
Mm-hmm.
The spirits reminding him of anything that he gets wrong. He's writing with one hand and eating with the other.
All right. To remind you, you did receive a letter, the same as the others, to report to the castle for something that your country needs.
He finds this letter stuck in the pages of his book as he's getting ready to close the book after making notes, and he pulls it out and he stares at it and he turns it around, stares this morning, he opens it and he moves it around a bit and peers and finally goes, ah. And he finishes his food and his wine, packs his stuff up, waves to the owner and leaves to go to wherever he's supposed to go.
Right, the castle, which is just up the street.
Yes. He'll step outside, squint angrily at the sun again.
It deserves
Look
it.
around, get his bearings, and head on.
Okay. You all more or less arrive around the same time outside the main gates to the castle.
Hey, CJ.
Yeah.
You forgot the paladin.
Oh, I did.
You totally forgot him.
Sorry.
I
Bird, you're next.
Tom tried to tell you. Tom was like, you're forgetting him. There's two left.
All right. Let's hit the rewind button for 2 seconds. Paladin.
Oh god, now I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm at the church attending morning mass.
Okay. There's
Cool.
not much by way of holy rites here at the Fortress Cathedral. You're under intense scrutiny the entire time you're there. To put a little bit more detail in, this building is more fortress than cathedral. It is only vaguely religious in some sort of sense. Go ahead and give me a religion check. Okay.
3.
Yeah, you can't identify what or who they're worshiping here, or if anyone at all, but there is this sort of religious air to the space, perhaps more spiritual than anything. These knights that are scrutinizing you as you're in the space and you find your way to one of the chapels that is off to the side. One of them seems to have their eye on you the whole time you're there. To describe more accurately, they are clad in plate armor that does not seem to hinder their movement, if at all. One of them leans casually against the wall just outside the chapel so that they have their eye on you. Their helmets are closed completely. They have most of them have different colored pauldrons or epaulets or what have you formed out of plate, denoting some kind of rank here or the other. They all have a silver stamp on their breastplate, on their black painted armor, which is more of a matte black than a shiny or black. This one in particular that's watching you has a visor that is made of some kind of glass and it's red. They're just watching you as you go about your religious practice.
I'll pull out a wooden holy symbol, merely a totem that's been carved, and quietly do my prayers, and afterwards get up and leave. Feeling the sense that this is not a place of work. This is not quite a place of worship.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Please.
As you go ahead and get ready to leave, one of the knights turns and says to you,
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, what did you say?
That was Fenris.
Oh, fucking.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't know have a name. You didn't really give me very many names of religions.
I'm sending some to you now, so you,
Yeah.
so you can make a choice.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and send me that list too, please.
Oh.
Sure.
Priska?
Which one?
Oh, I'll say I'm a follower of. I'm going to make a bluff and say I'm a follower of Preska, brother of man. Pressus? Priestess? Brother of man?
Paseu?
Pasea. Brother of man.
Okay, go ahead and roll a deception. Since you're bluffing. Okay. The knight eyes you warily and says to you,
I thought the knight was wearing a red visor, though.
they are.
Okay. So I can't really see their eyes.
No.
Okay.
But you get the feeling.
Okay, no, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't mishearing things.
Yeah, you can't really see their eyes, but like, you get the feeling that they're narrowing at you. Scrutinizing you of some in that fashion.
And I quickly leave the fortress.
Okay. Alright, so now everyone meets up outside the castle gate here. Because you are pretty much in the square as soon as you leave, and you do have this letter to go to this meeting. So unless you want to do something else, you can go ahead and join everyone.
Yeah, I feel it.
Okay. So, you enter and you are led through various chambers. First, as you cross through the gatehouse, you do see that there is a large chasm on either side of the bridge that connects the castle to the rest of the city. As you look down, you cannot see a ending.
Bottom?
Yes, to the ending to this chasm. Though the sun is getting high, it appears bottomless. To fall would be perhaps to fall forever, or long enough that there would be no future for you. You all approach the gatehouse and enter the inner security checkpoint. A clerk in a military dress uniform asks for your identification, which is given, verified, and then returned to you. At this point, an escort is assigned. 2 men in opulent armor, silver and gold plating on sealed hydralium with fully sealed helmets. Their capes are red, on the underside and purple on the outside. The borders are embroidered gold. Their weapons are long glaives with great reach, swords at their hips. These are the elite guard, each member a legend, each one worthy of wielding the finest armor and weapons Cruinthe has to offer. The armor itself is magically motivated, empowered by spellcraft and fitted with stones that can wreak magical apocalypse. Unwaveringly and fiercely loyal, one of these guardians of the crown would be more than enough to snuff out the life of each of your ragtag party in mere moments. 2 meant you were meeting someone important. Go ahead and give me perception checks while I preload the scene.
Boy, oh boy, I do like this. Let's go with perception.
What the fuck, man? That's the second nat 20. Are you shitting me?
Somebody bribed the AI.
Apparently, the D&D Beyond dice roller likes me, which is nice.
Gentlemen, my husband, the terror of the D20.
Oh boy. Okay, perception, that's 4 of you. There's the 5th. Okay, another natural.
Yes!
What the fuck? This is bullshit all day.
Hey, I rolled a 4 on my deception check. I need this.
Hey, at least you didn't roll 14.
Okay, so, for those of you that scored over 12, you do notice, which is all of you, that each of them have a label on their armor. One is labeled the Soaring Eagle, and the other one's labeled the Diving Serpent.
I have a question. Do I know any of these by name, then?
Yes, you know your older brother is the Diving Serpent.
Okay, I'm gonna, pretend like I just don't notice him.
Okay. So, your token needs to be updated, Brienne. I don't know why it's doing that. Hold on. There we go.
There we go.
Yay! I fixed it.
Thank you.
Okay, so this guy here goes ahead and leads you all over to this door. The guard behind you says, "Please move."
Oh, I can move my character. Awesome.
Whoa. There we go. Oh, this is cool.
I'm trying to move my character. It doesn't. Am I doing it right? No. I don't see him moving.
Which one of these is the...
Okay.
You have to select the person icon?
No, but it's like lagging. It's moving, but it's taking a long time for it to move.
Which one of these was the diving serpent? Oh, before he walks in, I want to just, ask him and, being a little deceptive about it and just be like, do you know why we're all summoned here?
He leans... Oh, the baby wants to go outside. He leans in and says, "We're going to have a meeting about how stinky Calvin's socks are. I'm kidding.
Well...
We're having a meeting with the princess. She has a job for you."
Well, I didn't know that it was national... Well, that is national security about his socks, but... right, but... She's meeting us for what? This is a little strange.
It is a little strange, to be sure. Go inside. We'll talk about it afterwards.
But
Okay.
I'm not allowed to guess what's going on.
Okay. How familiar is Allegra with the princess?
You've met at, other parties, typical court parties
Oh.
and that sort of thing, but you're not too familiar. You're much older than her.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you know.
We'll break here for puppy potty break, so we'll move on at 8:55.
Okay.
guys arrive in this meeting room, and you are led past the great hall where the king holds court to a chamber up the stairs on the 5th floor, past paintings and artworks of grand battles. Della Shush, ancestors of the king and other heroes of the nation. You arrive in a room that is paneled in fine wood with an umbral, dark color to it. There's a long table carved from marble and polished to a high, reflective sheen in the center of the room. They didn't make that stick. There is a piece of parchment furled across it. At the end of the room is a young lady, perhaps not of her majority yet, sitting in the chair. She stands as you enter. Flanking her are the members of the elite guard that led you here. The girl's hair is dark with purple streaks to it. There's an odd coloration to her eyes that are piercing and discerning, as if they stare past your flesh into your soul. She is in a finely woven dress that is a deep onyx color. Atop her head is a crown of bright metal shaped into a serpent biting its own tail. There is a golden griffin resting atop the serpent with its talons buried in the serpent's tail and skull. There are bands of some kind of red and blue and yellow crystal woven around it. She smiles and says in a firm voice, "My gambit has arrived. Please sit. Let us discuss your mission and what your country needs from your fine folk. I am Princess Superior Melissa Justea. It is by my authority and the authority of my family that I have called you all here today. Our country is in dire need of help. While we are strong and capable of our own, there is a threat that is looming over the horizon. You may have heard recently about the troubles that have befallen the people of Val'Ghast. It is unfortunate what is happening in the south, but we are not in a position to help them. We must look to our own and those within our borders to help us." She pauses. The Darthak Tribes have recently been suppressed by a military action, but bringing them into the fold of the country is difficult. They have a different way of life from us. To the northeast is where they are having their Folkmoot. It is a meeting among the tribes, part of their legislative and judicial system. I believe they will discuss what they are going to do about us as much as they'll be discussing whatever matters. Blood feuds between tribes and such. They are a strong people who have some ties to elemental magic as far as remembers. We could use their help. We don't need to be killing external forces. What I have here is a letter of authority. It will grant you all the authority to act in a diplomatic capacity. If you all accept this mission, you will be paid for your services to the nation as well as the anonymous. The contract is there, she gestures to the table, and the letter of authority is there, she gestures to the other packet. Please sign both if you wish to be part of this mission. I'll answer any questions you have, but I've also taken the liberty of preparing information on the tribes compiled in this codex. Okay, you should now have the contract.
Fine.
Among your journal entries, you should also have the study, and you should also have the letter of authority.
Where would journal entries be?
Journal entries are next to the briefcase on the right. So if you look at it, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th one from the left.
The one that looks like a book.
Yeah, the one that looks like an open book.
Okay, it's
Hey.
not showing anything.
Don't bite that mold.
Hey, Burn.
Yep.
You're sitting on the flower pot.
It's a it's a seat. That's a
move,
flower pot.
Move over to the left a little bit.
That's a flower.
Oh, that is a flower pot. I thought it was a seat.
Now.
Oh.
Bro.
just
Words in my rest.
Just left squatting over roses. Princess, tell me more.
Perhaps I have to have it up to show it to you.
So,
Can you guys see them now?
Yeah, we see them.
Tom wanted me to let you know, CJ, that either we're very, very quiet or muted, he thinks.
Okay.
On
On the audio?
the stream. Just a heads up. So Allegra's gonna look all of this stuff over really quickly. Let's see here. I mean, I've read a lot of history books before.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So I've read a lot of history books so far. Is there anything very concerning about what she's asking with both the letter of authority and the contract in regards to the tribes? Okay. Any bonuses to it? Ooh, yes, because it definitely did. Hang on, let me go back into my pinned posts to you.
What languages do they speak? No, the tribes. Okay.
Let's see here. History, National History 1 and 2. Architectural math definitely counts. Deciphering ancient literature, maybe? Damn. Alrighty. This is my first time rolling through this. So... how do I roll it with advantage through Foundry?
You click. Oh, did you?
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Advantage, I gotcha. 24.
Nice. Okay. Is there any tribes that are more open? Like I'm seeing one of them will work out as mercenaries, the Blotax? Yeah, that. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
It's puppy.
And then alright, everybody start acting up in 3.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Probably why. There it is. I found it. Okay. So, regular fuck up from me. Wonderful. Trying to be technologically advanced here, and I just
And then
I break everything.
Given the nature of what she just said, I mean, was I aware that people in the Darthak Tribes had an affinity for magic? At least elemental magic?
No.
Okay. So this was not recorded in any kind of, like, history books or
No.
ancient literature?
No, not in that fashion.
Okay. If that's the case, Allegra's gonna, like, speak up a little bit. She's gonna be like, I'm sorry, I heard you correctly there. You said that some of them have an affinity for magic?
Yes, some of them have an affinity for elemental magic.
And she's gonna, like, take out her pen and start scribbling on the notes. Which tribe was that exactly?
All of them.
Or all of them? Oh, that's not good. Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see what they can do. I mean, I've seen some of the others at the college, and they're very adequate. So it would be interesting to see what these people without proper training can do.
There's the danger, isn't it? Where you have mages without proper training. They could get their knowledge from anywhere. From practice, from spirits. So it's important on several levels to get them more or less under the banner.
Are we given any kind of authorizations, more so to perhaps not bribe the tribes, but convince the tribes to fall under the banner?
What is laid out in the letter of authority is the breadth of the authority. And as you may be aware, one of those things is a trade pact.
That would be beneficial. Does it go into detail? Or are we just going to make up out of whole cloth?
You're free to... Sorry, the dog wants to go back outside again. You're free to make up the terms of it pending our authority at signing.
Well, that seems like something we could do.
Does?
I mean,
What I would like to know is what are the downsides to us failing to do it, other than them not coming under our banner?
we won't fail, Princess.
Of course we will not fail. By the order of a princess, of course we will succeed. I put my word into it.
Oh, you're so cute. Failure is always an option, children. Always.
Failure.
Yes, you're aspiring the client so well with those words of encouragement.
Allegra's gonna
I'm
like look over at
354 years old. Failure is always an option.
Allegra's gonna like look over at Rianne and give her like this look, and kind of like mouth the words of, "This is the princess. We won't fail her."
No, but the tribes might.
Well, I'll handle the tribes.
That does not fill me with confidence, little cousin.
I can be very convincing, and worst case, never mind.
No, worst case.
No,
No,
there's no worst case. Listen, and she's gonna like look at the cup in front of her. Are we given refreshments?
Oh yeah, there's wine already on the table.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh dear.
She's just going to like interrupt anything and just take like very nice sips, like I'm in good company, so she's gonna take like, appropriate sips, but like long ones. So like if anybody were to try to get a response out of her, it would take obscenely long.
CJ?
Val'Ghast slinks into his chair and just like goes, "Oh, I'm stuck with these people, aren't I? I'm stuck with..."
The princess goes ahead and says at the end of all of this, she says, failure would mean that they do not come under our banner and we may have to engage in further military action against them. I would like to avoid that.
Well, I would like to avoid it too, but like I said, failure is always an option. You just do your absolute best to avoid it.
In the spirit of that, you will be given a budget to assist with that matter.
Huh? Sounds terrifying, but go right ahead, Your Majesty.
The budget that we have laid out for you is 1,000 writs, and you can spend it however you'd like. No.
Is that given that Allegra's a noble, is that a very large sum to her, or is this just like walking around cash?
1,000 gold pieces in this setting is enough to allow a single citizen to subsist at a comfortable level, food, rent, etc., for 1,000 years.
Okay, so then at that, she's going to like spit up her drink a little bit and prestidigitation it off of her clothes and be like, I'm sorry, you said 1,000?
Yes, 1,000.
Per person, or?
No, for all of you.
Well, okay, she'll settle back and like take another sip and be like, that's a lot more reasonable than I had thought. Okay. Phew.
CJ?
Sure.
Knowing where we are going, where the village is,
Well, you don't know where the village
would
is. No one asked.
No,
yet.
not the village, but more like the region of the northern Darthak. Do I know about any like possible problems we would have getting there, be it creature or natural obstacles?
Go ahead and give me a nature check, Sir Ranger. You can have advantage because you are, that would be in your favorite terrain.
Oh yeah. Nature.
The Darthak Mountain Range and Darthak Highlands have a large variety of dangerous creatures that call it home. Harpies, wyverns, worms. You'd pretty much find, a lot of different creatures. Wolves, Karaska, Cold climate has those creatures in it as well. It's a dangerous territory. It's not well suited to people living there because of the terrain itself and the denizens being the creatures that also call that home. There have been reports in your experience where a full platoon of troops will go into the wilds in the Darthak regions around the country and disappear completely. So it's not like this is a easy task that's being thrust upon you. This is dangerous.
Do I know by at least the named creatures that I could think of, know if there's any one of them that are like require some form of special method of dealing with them, like fire or like silvered weapons?
Not
going more into like maybe monsters?
Not that you're aware of.
Gotcha.
General strength of arms and magic will take care of most things.
So
anything that's like a not even you. Is there something that's like a no limit? You see this, you should run.
Oh yeah, a dragon. If you see a dragon, just fuck off.
Okay.
In your experience, dragons are a bit different in this setting. They're not as prolific, and most of them are very old.
So no young dragons, very few adult dragons, and a lot of ancients.
Yes.
So let me. And convince the tribes to join us, and basically allow freedom of movement and trade, as well as mutual defense for each other. If I'm understanding all of this correctly.
More or less, yes.
I see. I think that can be arranged. And like I stated earlier, there will be no outside assistance.
We are the outside assistance.
We have 1,000 gold pieces to accomplish the mission. I believe that's enough assistance.
No troops will be spared for this, unfortunately. We have just finished putting together expeditionary forces for a trip south. So.
I see. Well, south, is that where, and she's gonna like pause for a minute trying to remember, is that being led by, Calvin?
Are you referencing your older brother, Calvin Ariash?
Yes.
She looks over to Asurian, who steps over and says, yes, Calvin is with the 1st Expeditionary Forces heading south under the leadership of General James Massini. He is moving along with the General to the border area with Val'Ghast.
I see. Okay. Just that was off topic. I apologize. Where are we to sign?
On the contract. I've already filled in spaces for you.
Allegra will sign it, and she'll like hand a pen and pass the contract over to Rianne.
Brienne will sign it. It's for the good of the kingdom, and that's what she lives for, and she needs to protect her cousin.
Mm-hmm.
See, I just get her into loads of trouble.
I know you do, darling. I do have a question, possibly for the Game Master. In Rianne's travels and her military service, would she have been up in that area?
From her travels, occasionally would be in that area. Maybe not the specific area that you're going, but in some of those types of regions, yes.
So, would she know anything about them? Or the people? Actually, more the people than the place?
Go ahead and give me a history check. Let's see.
Okay. Where's history? There it is.
Let's see.
Oh, for freak's sake. That sucks.
I'm gonna start to pick up this contract.
Okay.
No,
they are very. The contact that you've had with them has been touch and go, where they would like attack and then disappear into the woods.
Okay.
Yeah,
Charlie's in the bush.
Yeah, very Charlie's in the bush.
Please don't do that, guys.
Okay.
Please, that is such bad manners.
I have no idea what that is.
Don't worry about it.
Good.
Moving on. So yeah, that's what your experience with it is.
Okay. So, killing them, not talking to them.
Yeah, more or less.
If nobody else is... So, I can see the ranger across from me
Yep, Dexter
looking over the
Corday.
contracts. Do I recognize him at all? Or, like, I looked at the contract and saw his name. Given that it appears as though he has noble titles
Yeah.
of some kind, do I recognize any of that?
You two would know each other from in a like vague sense from, your father's taking you to court.
Oh.
I saw you at a ball one time and you were wearing a lilac dress. It was very pretty. We didn't talk. I know your name, I guess.
Yeah.
I imagine that you probably had toast in your mouth.
No, it was a different time. It was different me.
It was rye bread.
It was rye toast. Okay.
It was my
God.
it was my fasting face.
All right. Any other questions that you guys have for the princess, the two elite guard, or each other at the
What's
moment?
the time frame we're looking at?
You have as much time as you need to take care of this.
Your Royal Highness, please. Where would the tribes be located? Will we supply it or a map, or I have a map right here with me. If somebody could mark it.
She goes ahead and
Jumpy.
shows you the map on the table. I'm preloading it now, so hopefully everybody will come along if I give you guys a second. And I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 4, 5 OKs. Okay, let's go.
Yum.
There we go. Yay!
Yay!
Everybody came along. Okay, so this is the map of the country. You guys are in Fordeath. Your party token, which is this one, Darthak Rising players. That one. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So she says, now the Folkmoot...
Stop! Whoever's doing that, stop it.
You know who's doing it. She indicates that the Folkmoot is somewhere in this range, up in this valley. Can you guys see that line?
Yes.
As I walk through the valley of shadow and death, I shall fear no evil.
That's several.
Speak for yourself. I'm going to ride a horse.
That's several miles.
I mean, it's 240 miles.
That's several miles.
We can get you a cart, or we can get
It's
you a
over
horse.
a dozen.
Oh wait, you can't ride a horse. We can get you a cart,
I
Allie.
ride a horse. I'm very skilled in sitting on a saddle for
Do not worry, young
short
lady.
periods.
I can traverse any sort of terrain to get us at our objectives in no time, safely and sound.
Yeah, safely is one thing, comfortably is another.
Oh, totally another. Why can't I? What is your ride skill?
Being alive and unharmed is comfortable.
Probably animal handling, I think.
Yeah, animal handling would be your skill for riding.
You have a whopping 2.
I think unless you have proficiency with land vehicles, that you can also use that.
Yeah, I mean your base wisdom score helps. So mainly you would only need to make a check for it if something out of the ordinary happens, like if you need to navigate around dangerous terrain, or if you have to, get the horse under control because there's a predator nearby, or that sort of thing. Or it's distracted by food, for example, and you need to get it to do the thing that you want it to do. That's normally when I would call for a check. Otherwise, normal usage of the creature. So long as your score is sufficient, you don't have to take any penalties. So.
I see. Well...
There's your mercy for the day.
Thank you. We appreciate the mercy of the day.
The day's almost over.
Okay, so...
we only got like 2 hours of gameplay left, so...
Yeah, she indicates that this is the direction that you need to go. She says, we don't actually know where the Folkmoot is. They guard their towns and villages very closely, so... It's supposed to be out in that line. There is a village that is nearby, before the forests, called Mirthaven. You should be able to take rest and supply there. It's between the city and the forest.
I see. Well, I'll look to the rest of the party. Given that it will take us maybe... She'll do the math in her head. 2 weeks? 3 to get there?
3 would be probably optimal.
I suppose we should take the rest of the week to prepare and then meet up at the Irish estate in town.
That sounds reasonable.
She looks to the other 3 in the party.
Yes, I believe that should be reasonable.
Seventh?
My character's
Did you just say the other 3 in the party?
Yeah, being Corday, yourself, Faust, and Leverett.
Mm-hmm. My character's like poring over the map with some... what is it?
I take it he's in agreeance. As for you, and she'll like take a look over at the bard, like try to hold back. Like, I mean, he very much looks very ragtag, right?
Who, the bard? No, he's dressed in fine clothing. Not the finest clothing, but he's well dressed.
Yeah, the Val'Ghast is the one that looks ragtag. A bit rough on the edges.
Look at these two and go, right, and perhaps good armor and clothes should be something. Perhaps warm coats?
Here we go.
We'll not trouble you with the details, Princess, and we'll be on our way.
She says, thank you for honoring the importance of my time. Malkath? And she gets up and goes with Malkath out of the room. Leaving you all with Asurian.
Such an honor to meet the royal princess.
Well, she's changed quite a lot.
You met the princess before?
Well, you know. And don't let him know it. And she'll point over at the guard. I actually know several of the elite guard.
Asurian shakes his head.
Yes, although I have to say he's rather new, but I could probably, well, he doesn't look like he's that strong. And she'll like prestidigitation right in front of him to make like a little like sparkler effect right in front of him for just a second, like like a clash of metals, kind of like spark, and she's trying to make it seem like she just whacked him with something to knock him over.
Make a performance check.
Oh, can I get advantage on this?
Why would you get advantage on this?
I do, in fact, have several classes of drama and acting.
But do you have proficiency in performance?
I have a +2 for charisma.
So it seems to me like those were classes you slacked off in.
Shit! Oh shit!
This is just like a 2 to 5 sometimes. You're just getting like a Gmail like, boop, you just receive a PayPal payment of $100 by Tibble. payment type. Acting classes.
So Asurian stands there and just kind of looks over to you, Corday, and says, "She's not always such a jokester, but she's better company than Calvin."
We're all going to die.
Rabid weasels are better company than Calvin.
Is Calvin like a household name? Would I know about him?
Go ahead and give me
military.
I mean, you're military.
That's why it sucks so bad.
So yeah, you'd know who the heir of the Ariash duchy is. Calvin Ariash is their older brother, Asurian and Allegra's older brother. He's kind of a dick. Most people know that he's kind of a dick. But he's also the heir of the duchy, just like your oldest brother is the heir of the duchy and might be considered a little bit of a dick. But the way that these three talk about him, he might be more than a dick. He might be a bastard, so you don't know.
Oh shit!
No, unfortunately, he's not a bastard.
No, that would be much simpler to deal with. Unfortunately, he's more like an asshole on legs.
Sadly, he is in line to inherit, Surian says.
And I fear for the duchy.
Lady Ariash, please. If you would mind telling me those stories, I would love to pay for you a drink on the tavern tonight. I would love to hear those stories about those nights.
Right.
As
You're a
much
little eccentric.
as this
things to prep. Sorry.
I was about to say, as much as this conversation is interesting, we have a job to focus on.
Right. So there's.
You have been absolutely silent during the conversation.
Well, I never really got a chance to speak.
Well, then speak now. We have a job to do. Come on.
Yes, exactly. So what we're dealing with is a bunch of factional groups, essentially running around like gangs, who control small amounts of territory and constant squabbles with each other. And we have to get all of them to agree to a peace deal, to a mutual peace deal and trade agreements.
Well, rather, I have a theory, but it would require us to work with the tribe that we think the strongest, and simply subjugate the others under that tribe. Rather than try to work with all of them at once, it'd be easier to work with one and force the others into submission.
I would not agree with trying to infight them. However, look at the precious information that our kingdom has provided to us. Each tribe has their own ways to find warriors and person of worth. I suggest we go to each tribe and do their own tasks to prove that we and all representatives in the land we come from are worthy to make this pact.
I agree with the ranger. If we were to support one of the tribes in particular, the rest might view them as outsiders and see them as a threat to their organization, thus rallying them together.
Yes, look at this. Trophy kills, single combat, exploration, and survival. This is all easy. We be considered persons of great prestige when we're done with this.
I mean,
Asurian pipes up and says, they are all meeting at this Folkmoot that the princess was speaking about.
Great. Perfect chance for us to impress all four at once. Haha!
Might that not be a bad idea initially? Considering, well, none of us look like Darthaks.
Surely we can study a little bit of them so we can dress a little bit better.
Well, I have another idea. Food and wine are a great way to get people to talk to you, even if they don't really want to listen.
And it seems that they are very familiar with those, so all we did is to do a little bit of elbow grease on the social interactions with them. Again, easy.
If that's what you wish to do.
I suggest, well, we could do a show of strength without arms. We bring wine, food, cooks, host a banquet, to greater than the others. Show them might without violence.
Or with violence, if they want to.
Hey, Allie,
I'm listening.
I think we're all going to die.
I have backup plans. I don't intend to die in whatever frozen hellhole they're going to turn into popsicles at.
Fair enough.
Please refrain from calling their land a frozen hellhole. Please refrain from calling it.
She thinks everything is a frozen hellhole, except the bath. Okay?
Look, so, Asurian, where's the gold that we were?
Yes, I have it. And he places a very nice bundle on the table.
Ooh.
So Allegra's gonna get over to it and look at the party and assess all of them and just do a quick once over of how they all look to see how trustworthy they would be with large sums.
Okay, that's an insight.
I could just describe my character and you could make the thing.
Sure.
I think that would perhaps be better. She already knows how Rianne looks and trusts her, but she's looking at the other three.
Okay.
Dexter looks very like a beard, very like the little beard that has very nicely trimmed, like hair washed. His armor is very polished, and besides that, just the armor, the symbol of the military. Some religious symbols on the side. You're not looking at his shield. There's a shield on his back. I don't know, maybe sitting, he would have at the side, it would have the symbol of his god. In a very nice leaf green cloak around his
Who is that god, by the way? Hold on. Who is that god that you've picked?
I would say a nature god. So oh shit, I didn't tell you. It would be Terra Rusaria, the growing earth.
Okay.
So Allegra's gonna look at him really quick. And sorry to interject. What you mentioned earlier, the history between the Cruinthe as a nation and the Darthaks has been very bloody and very bad.
Yeah.
So I imagine perhaps this is, I guess, more so a question from the character standpoint. Would walking into the moot openly showing symbols of Cruinthe military be a bad idea? Because that's the vibe I'm getting right now.
Probably. You'd probably need to do some more research about the tribes to see what this Folkmoot really is.
Okay. Right. So then she's going to look over at the other two.
Guess I'll describe myself. Val'Ghast seems to have very plain, plain worn but not not damaged clothing. Everything looks very plain looking. Even his holy symbol he wears around his neck seems very plain and carved. The only thing that looks of any value is his shield, which seems to be pristine, and inscribed with great detail.
Which god is that a holy symbol for? If you don't mind, you can just message it directly to me if you don't want to share.
Well, I mean, if you I'm not open a secret. Lendor, a sister of emotion.
Sister of emotion, Liquidor. Yeah. Okay.
And the last one.
That would be Leverett. Yeah.
Well, Leopard is really average looking, but there's something magnetic about him. Dungeon Master, can I make a performance check to subtly seem as trustworthy as possible?
Absolutely.
would that be question? Is that truthful or would it be deception?
I mean,
very trustworthy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Leverett, this guy looks like he'd you'd trust him with money and things. He looks well cut and handsome, and he's got that innate charisma about him that just makes you want to go, oh yeah, he seems like a good dude. Like, he doesn't look like somebody you would be like, when you see them, right? He looks like a good dude. Like, you'd have a beer with him or two.
Allegra, thinks it over for a minute, looks at all of them and goes, right. So, me and Rianne will take care of... Well, rather, Rianne can take care of scheduling out. If we're bringing food and wine, we'll need at least 2 carts? 3?
2 carts. 2 carts for baggage, horses, food, bribes.
1 for my baggage, so call it 5.
No, sweetie. No, sweetie. We're gonna have to. No, sweetie. You get maybe half a cart. Maybe.
I have done exercises on the surrounding woods on survival many a times. If I can take a little bit of money, I can go and I can make a shopping visit so I can have all the supplies needed for this travel for as long as we need. If anybody needs something extra that's not the basic, I will need a list.
Right, and then I'll take care of my own goods. So that leaves you two.
We'll need to find some personnel in order to cook and prepare the food when we arrive.
I have some experience with cooking, not as much as a chef, but I can make sure that everyone is well provided.
Well, yes, but we're trying to impress a delegation of tribes.
I can handle the impressing of them. In the meantime, so she starts to divide up the money, and it's going to be a little bit uneven.
Oh boy!
So she's going to she's going to set it out into 5 separate piles. The pile, and she sets it out in the center of the table. She's not hoarding it and saying no, I'm the only one doing this. She just starts to set it out, and so she sets out 400 gold for Rianne to accommodate food and wagons or carts and horses.
Okay.
And then she looks over at the ranger and goes, 200 gold? You have your own money. I know your family. And she takes off a little bit of the coins and goes, 100 should do you, right? And she slides it across to him. You two down there, I can't...
I should warn you that as I went into the military, I asked not for some sort of gifts from my family. If I need money, I'll use my own, but remember, this is not going to be for me, it's going to be for all of you.
Fine, here, and she'll put an extra 50 gold on top. And she goes, make sure you get me something good. I don't know what you're getting, but something...
Would you like some tea?
Sure, give me one of the southern ones.
Oh, I just picked up some this morning. I do have some questions. If we're going to try to establish a pact of trade, shouldn't we buy the best types of trade of items that we can offer them? As sort of samples. Cooking and wine, it's fine, but surely we have more. CJ, what would I need to roll if I can roll to know like the best things that our country can offer in a trade deal? Like crafts, arts.
This would
Could
be
I do this?
this would be
or
more
something.
of a intelligence test to see what your primary, if you know what your primary exports are.
Can I do that?
Or at the very least, like knowing my favorite terrain.
Your
Know like some kind. It's like a. No, I know, but like know like some sort of like fruit or vegetable that doesn't grow on the mountains that like would be
okay. So you're
interesting to them.
You're more trying to figure out what luxury goods they would go for, right? So this is still an intelligence test.
Can Allegra make the same test using things rather for like given compositions of like metals, things like that? Since these are tribal folk and she has alchemy training?
Yeah, sure.
CJ, would you allow me to cast guidance on myself before making this roll?
Yeah. You're you can cast guidance on yourself. You're trying to think about something. You need your blessings.
I bless myself to not be stupid.
Basically, that's what guidance is for.
Can I get advantage on my roll?
Why would you have advantage on your roll?
I have alchemy training.
Okay, yeah.
I have lots of alchemy training. Yes! Let's go!
Let's go!
Big fat nat 20. Okay. Leverett and Vakan, do you guys...
Well, I'm more interested to think what goods would they be more... Instead of what things can we produce, what would they be interested they don't have?
So, okay, so from the trade goods, Mr. Corday, the Darthak areas, they're kind of spread out. There are a few that are in the farther north, like where you're going, and there are some in the southern reaches, so they do have an array of things that they, eat, that they have available to them, depending on where they live. Like, for example, the northernmost tribes don't exactly have access to the seafood that the rivers of Cruinthe provide to them. But some of them do. So it really depends on... you're kind of getting the feeling that going the route of food might be a very hard gamble. Because Cruinthe itself is a rugged and mountainous land in general. I don't have a topography map for you because that's really difficult to make in a variety of programs, but the northern half of the country is quite elevated, and it slopes ever so gently down towards sea level in the south, and it comes to sea level in the southeast. So it is quite elevated in general. So a lot of the things that grow in the northern reaches, where you are in the Havenaled, that's the region where you are currently, where Fordeth is. It's called the Havenaled, is the same as the Darthaks. Other than the subsistence farming that most of the peasants engage in, and the extra farming that the serfs of the royal family engage in, and the other duchies, there isn't a whole lot of gaps where you're going. Maybe there's a few things that you can get in the south, such as in Helcorth or in Morith, that are a little bit more exotic, but shipping that stuff would require you to go to Morith at least to pick it up, and that is the entire opposite direction of where you need to go. Because Morith is the trade hub. Not everything that arrives, that is available in the country is available in the capital. It's all available in Morith, which is to the south. So as for from the food angle, that would be a hard gamble. From materials are different. The materials of the country are very spread out. There's a lot of mineral wealth in the country. A lot of it is in the north, and a lot of it is in the east and the west. There are gold mines just outside the city that are just incredibly rich, owned by the royal family. There's also metals that are used for warfare, such as iron, steel, copper, bronze, brass, as well as hydrilium and the crystals that go along with it in its veins, cordite, aquate, and Forgot what the other one was called, but I have it somewhere in my notes. Those, the hydrolium and its crystals that go along with it in its veins, are magically active. They are much better suited for using magic, and they are much better suited for conducting magic. Asuryan's suit of armor is made entirely out of hydrolium. It is incredibly expensive and incredibly intricate, and the metalwork that Cruinthe has to offer far exceeds what any other nation can produce. Its military goods are its primary export, because they are so much more advanced than their neighbors because of their culture and because of the way they view things, and the constant struggle with monsters in this region. They have had to arm up to survive, and it shows. So their primary export, and the thing that is valued the most, is military gear. When a Darthak tribe raids a village, they hit the CDF barracks first. That way they can, if they can catch the troops off guard, they kill all the troops and then take their stuff, because they have things like grenades, they have things like better swords and armor, magical scrolls and that sort of thing, for use that troops line troops would have. Occasionally, Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, so taking reasonably high grade armor as a defensive gift might be to our advantage.
Yes.
But also, armor is incredibly expensive as well.
So she's going to. So Allegra will be like, perhaps we can take a small gift of weapons. There's 5 tribes, if I remember right. So. Oh, it looks like
There are 4.
We come in peace. Here's a gun.
I have my journal entry, or my journal entries are not showing up. So 4 tribes. Perhaps we take a gift of armor and weapons for each of the tribal leaders to gain their trust, and we won't skimp on it. And then we can get some lower quality things, perhaps for other members of their tribes.
But a single thing of plate mail would take our entire budget.
Well, we don't have to do plate. We can do. Oh, what do you call? And she'll look over at
Scale mail.
She'll look over at him at Vercorde, and she'll go. What do you call that? Where they link the little rings together?
Chainmail?
That we can get that for them, and then perhaps
Just
some kind of.
Just an economics note, real quick. You can't 100% apply D&D prices to equipment and gear in this setting.
Well, okay, fine. Is a set of plate mail? Is a set of plate mail under or over over 1,000 gold pieces?
A set of normal plate mail would be under.
We could get them like a chain shirt, and then explain to them that with a trade deal we could get them an entire chainmail suit.
We can get them that. Get one for their leader, for their tribal chieftains, and then as well get a set of very nice weapons for their chieftains. Get a varied degree of it, and then get lower quality ones, not necessarily bronze or whatever, but steel, just not as well crafted.
So no. I was going to say, as a note, we don't know what sizes they would be. Armor tends to be pretty individual. As opposed to armor, we might want to consider bringing samples of high-grade steel or iron you could make into armor.
I could do that and perhaps take a book on...
My armor itself
crafting.
is very sturdy. Somebody could shoot a crossbow in front of them to show how sturdy or armor quality is, and I would not be affected.
Asurian says, that is a terrible idea. Good way to get yourself killed.
No, I like that idea, Asurian. That's a very good idea. If they think that we're if they think
I'll fire the crossbow
to be a threat, they won't kill us right away.
Or they'll raid us because we think they're idiots and we can take all our stuff.
So, we'll get them. We'll get high quality metals. We can get an ingot of hydrillium, right? Perhaps
Maybe.
not enough to really for them to really do anything with, but enough for them to see its qualities. And then, if we don't make it back, well, they don't have any real weapons to fight with. They just know that they want them. That's not a great plan, but
Yeah, I mean, I think the gifts of weapons are probably the best thing we can hope for. Perhaps some high.
Maybe some good carving knives for the tribe that likes to collect trophies.
we can take gunpowder.
Oh,
That would be a remarkably bad idea.
Knives are an
Val'Ghast.
excellent idea.
well, maybe not gunpowder itself, but fireworks. Things of a display of gunpowder, essentially.
So, side note, they don't have guns exactly.
No.
They do have, when they use grenades, they use a very flammable fluid. They just pop the cork on that, and it just it ignites with contact with the air, and they toss it like it's a very volatile bomb. So they're not like traditional grenades in that fashion. That's my bad. But they do have magical fireworks that they use. Gunpowder by itself is used for like blasting.
That would still be useful.
Yeah.
We can bring that and teach them how to use it within their minds.
Young Lady Ariash, how strong in magic are you?
Why are you asking? That's a rude thing to ask, don't you think?
Oh, don't be shy, Allegra, Surian says. You were a good student at the academy.
She'll side-eye him and say, enough out of you.
We should show the superiority of our culture. If we want open lands, we should display to them what good education in magic can accomplish to an individual, and they will want to come and go as they please to get higher learning.
I will take that under advisement.
The wetland and the Andori would seem to treasure both of those skills.
Or perhaps we
Magic is a
offer.
form of warfare.
It's a form of currency, too.
I shall return a moment. I have a
puppy.
a call, he says. He goes over to the door, and he pops out, and then he goes to the... So he can still see most of you. He turns, and he's standing there by the door, and he puts his left hand up to where his ear would be on the plate, and he's listening. Looks like he's listening.
Look at him, dude. He's talking on his fucking iPhone 8. And we're all sitting here with Samsungs.
No, he must be using a Bluetooth, an ancient talisman.
I shall go immediately after I'm done with this to my staff sergeant on the barracks with this letter of authority, and I shall get some armaments promptly for us.
Get us just basic armaments. Show them what we can craft with the materials. Not necessarily a huge supply. And then, can you two manage to score us some amounts of materials with which to craft? I think 3 kegs of gunpowder should do. Maybe a very secure cask of whatever that is you use in grenades. And Allegra's gonna think of the name of it.
It's just called fulmination.
Okay. We'll get some of that, get it secured very well, and then a couple of ingots, and perhaps 1 to 2 ingots of hydrillium.
Or perhaps we should bring a custom gift each one, as there are, a bit of jewelry to the western land, the west ones. The Welt ones?
I'm not so sure jewelry would be the choice for the wetlands. Because they have things of value. Value is a relative term.
Yes, but they're also traders.
The Welt ones are, or Veltvans are, wanderers and traders. So I mean, yeah, there are. It's the thing of value could be anything.
Perhaps
So if they're travelers, good maps,
we could get
highly
them.
detailed maps, would be an excellent gift of value.
I just happen to be a skilled cartographer. I could make some maps in a matter of for each of them in a matter of week.
We need to be careful about doing that. Should this go south, we don't.
Well, it doesn't have to be our lands we're making the maps of.
Then they wouldn't be of very much use.
No, but if we can show them that we have skilled, that we are able to accurately depict, we could
Their
accurately
lands.
depict their lands, yes, and
Yes.
draw up proposed trade routes through their lands into ours to both supply them and supply us to be mutually beneficial.
Though I think that we might get more attention with showing off some valuable trade goods,
Also,
commodities that would be of interest to
We're
them.
already doing that,
Right,
aren't we?
that's what we're going to gather some of the metal supplies that we have, and Corday is going to gather us some kind of weapons so that we can show them what is capable of being crafted and used by us.
Is anybody here perchance book savvy? It would be good to go to the library for a week and understand better of their culture and lands and people.
Well, we have the study to read from.
That was my plan, was to head up. And
we might also want to look for books to
Though-
trade or to gift to them with.
The
Again, it's a thing of
books
value.
are in oral language and they have their own.
I'm
If you can
sure.
find books in their language,
I'm sure that the Mages College has it. I'm very fluent in Darthaki.
so am I.
I think
I
we all
the
took.
princess made sure that everyone is like prepared. Out of character, I did everybody here take giant too?
Yes. I think though I think the Endural will be the hardest, as they seem as is most likely they'll require that they won't deal with anybody who they don't believe to be worth talking to.
Actually, I think Allegra would be our strongest asset there.
I'm sorry, what?
Well,
They're the
they
ones
have
that follow
No.
the elementals.
yes, but they also require a rite of for their members to become adults. They must follow a rite of passage where they spend 3 days on top of a mountaintop. Communing with the sky and earth, and I believe they won't see very interested in talking to anybody into considering our opinions unless we do the same.
It's possible.
Right,
We'll
there's
have to
nothing-
find out.
There's nothing hard I see about this. Just 3 days. Easy enough.
I'm sorry, what? No.
If it was,
Spending 3 days on top of a mountain to prove myself to some primitive cavemen.
and this is where the problem sets in. This is where the problem sets in.
Haha, that's
Okay.
not a great language to use.
No, but I have a problem because the blow tax. I don't think they have anybody my age to fight.
You are a very stunning 29-year-old.
Aww.
I want to insight that.
Go ahead and insight check that.
Oh shit, do I have to roll deception?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Alright, come on. I rolled that on D&D Beyond.
Roll it proper.
It
Roll.
didn't.
Roll it in the game.
It didn't translate. You have to roll it in the game.
Okay, hang on.
I mean, actually, I don't even know why your D&D Beyond sheet open. The one.
So that I
But I've been rolling on it. It works great.
I also have it. It's easier to. The interface there is easier.
Okay, deception. Come on, I need that 22.
Oh,
even better!
That's a good roll.
We are
Yep,
none the
29.
wiser.
As far as
right.
anyone is concerned at the moment, unless they can beat a 24 insight, Rihanna's 29.
Which is weird. 29-year-olds is not. It should not be a hard age to find a fighter for.
I mean, what? How young do they die? What is their average life expectancy?
Yeah.
God,
You
I'm
don't
just going
know.
to look at them and dead in the face go, oh, what's an absurd number?
Oh, pick
10.
70.
She's going to look at him, and she's going to go 10.
Okay, I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
I've read tales of their chieftain. He's a rather brat. They always change him out every few years.
Asurian's doing something over at the desk.
The suggestion of a tribe of mountainous people that kill each other before they reach 10 is horrifying.
Or sexual maturity, for that matter. How did they survive?
Please, cease talking. I do not wish to talk with you anymore after that.
Does Allegra notice what a Asurian doing something over there?
Make a perception check.
Oh, boy. Perception. Oh, I'm trained in... I read it on the wrong one again!
Incompetent fools don't stop talking. Lower reward.
No, you don't.
An 11. Oh, shit. Okay. So she's going to just look at them and go, yes, their tribes are rather horrifying, but the princess wants them to be in our command, in the fold of the country, so...
And they shall be.
It shall be done as best we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, we need the meeting meeting room for an upcoming meeting. You are certainly welcome to continue your conversation elsewhere. The princess is happy to have you aboard. I'm glad you all are going about this mission. Let me escort you out.
I'd also like to notice that...
Very well, sir. Good meeting you.
I think me and one other guy didn't get any money.
Well, we were in the middle of handing it out. We'll hand it out at the Ariash estate. While they're headed out, can I make an insight to try and, see if something's off?
Sure. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Oh, god damn it.
The mission to get rid of the undesirables?
No. It doesn't seem... It seems like he received a message earlier about the meeting room being needed, and he was giving you guys a little extra time to discuss, and then is now ushering you out. Rianne and Leverett, are you doing anything behind in the meeting room? Because he walked out ahead of you all, expecting you to follow after him. But I do see that you both are still...
I'm going to pick up the money that I got shoved at me, and any other documents I can get my hands on, I'm going to take with.
Okay, you can take a copy of the codex, the map, and the paperwork that was left behind, the letter of authority and the contract.
I took all the paperwork that I could have. I don't know if the letter of authority that was a copy.
No, it was there's just one letter of authority.
Yeah, I thought I was going to immediately go to the staff sergeant with it, so I picked it up.
Okay,
I say we all take a copy.
You'd have to make copies, which would be illegal.
Well, not the letter of authority, but rather take a copy. All.
Leverett, were you going to do anything?
Leverett is simply kind of, since he and here are the only ones left, he sort of looks across at her, gives her this look of blank. I don't know how to describe it. Just the kind of staring into the camera, making a face look, and then get up and walk away.
Like Johnny Bravo.
Hey, Mama, you have a boyfriend? You could use two.
What the fuck?
It's just, I'm trying to think of Johnny Bravo quotes, and I just remember the one about having two boyfriends.
Oh no!
What the fuck did I feel like I missed a conversation.
You were the one that was talking about sexually.
All right, moving on.
I didn't say they were sexually active. You were implying
Allegra will escort all of them to the Ariash estate in town.
Okay. Rianne, you're the last one out. Do you do anything else?
Other than look around the room one last time, make sure we didn't leave anything behind? Or do I notice anything that shouldn't be there, like someone listening that shouldn't have been?
Make a perception check.
Oh shit.
Did you notice the night hag observing all of you?
Nope. There does not seem to be anything out of order, and no one left behind. You've taken everything you needed
Okay.
to.
All right.
Good. Nobody noticed my glitter bomb. Whew.
Alright, I'm gonna load the city for you guys.
Lay, you didn't. Tell me you didn't. Please tell me you didn't.
Whoa, wouldn't it be wacky?
Alright.
Oh no.
Uh,
We're gonna come back, and there's just gonna be this is gonna say, heads on. Put your heads down on the wood, on the stump.
Assume the position. Okay, so you guys are escorted out of the castle. Your Surian leaves you at the checkpoint, the one that you had your identities checked, and says goodbye. He says, "Well, good luck on your journey."
I'm going to need it.
Yeah, you are.
Make sure Calvin knows his socks reek.
He's gonna know. Gonna let him know. Listen, be careful. All right. It's dangerous out there.
I'll be safe. I've picked up more than a few tricks that you don't know of.
Well, if things get dicey, stick with Aunt Rianne. She'll take care of you.
There's a reason why I brought her along.
Are you sure that she didn't bring you along?
Thank you, Eric.
Do you think she'd have brought me along, considering, well, she, gestures to herself? Really?
Goodbye, little sister. Don't get in too much trouble. He goes
You're
off.
asking a lot. And she'll make the way to the city house,
All right.
meeting everybody.
Yeah. So, the city is yours until you all decide to gather and leave as a party. So we have about 45-ish minutes to get to the point where you guys are ready to leave. So what would you like to do, one at a time? If you'd like to continue discussing the details of what you're trying to accomplish, you're free to do so. This is your time.
I would suggest that you acquire small gifts like you might give children, because if we can get their children excited about the idea of civilization, it might help sway the adults. And that they're tribes of, say, non-urban nature, things like small knives, fur caps, things like that might be a good idea.
Oh,
Andy's
God.
always a good choice.
Oh God! I can just see you in a white carriage saying, "Who wants some candy, kids?"
Windowless white carriage.
If I give the two of you, and she'll point at, she'll point at Vakin, and I'm trying to see his name because I can't remember his character's name.
Leveret?
Leveret. Judge me.
What leverage?
If I give the two of you, say, 400 gold, can you manage to acquire both metal ores and some of these small goods?
Leveret will point at himself as if not sure she's referring to him.
She'll
nod.
Specifically, look at you, Leveret and Vakin, and be like,
Yeah, I know somebody who might be able to help us. Like that.
Then she'll hand them the remaining 400 gold, and she'll be like, okay, that is what I need you two to do then. To clarify, Rianne, you're securing carriages for us?
Carts, horses, food, supplies, warm blankets for you.
He was going to supply. Well, she'll point at Tao and say Dexter. Sorry, he was going to supply us with the food and things. Correct?
Yes, I shall supply these weapons, and then I will accompany Rihanna with the supply part of it.
Fair enough.
Right. I'll try to gather some kind of information that I can on them from the Mages College, as well as perhaps some kind of high quality books that I can get copied in time.
Allegra get
I
Leverett
also
into
need
the
to talk
college
to you,
as well?
Allegra, on a family matter, but it can wait a day or so.
Someone else was talking too. I didn't quite catch the green light up because I was looking at a different page. Who else was speaking?
Leverett wanted to go to the college.
Leverett wants to go to a library as well.
Okay, so there is a library. There's the Berman and Nellon bookstore. It's kind of like a Barnes and Noble, but it's also they also don't frown upon you just sitting there reading the whole book, unlike a Barnes and Noble. So you can just go there and just read whole books. They don't stop you from doing that. They encourage it. So that is this building here. You see my line?
Oh look, the bookstore.
Yeah, that's it. Right there. That's the Berman and Nellon bookstore. So that's what's open and available to the public. They do have, as far as most people are aware, texts on pretty much everything. They've got a lot of very well-stocked monographs. It's just because it's so big, it's hard to find stuff. They don't have a Dewey Decimal System. So good luck. Speaking of, it's about 12:30 in the day here. It's a little like mid-50s, probably, because it's starting to get into the height of the day. It's just some date and time stuff. It's the 20th of Crozius, 1044, just to give you a feel of what the date is. And there's a fully functional calendar under your tools.
Okay. So, okay, if you want to come with me to the bookstore, then we can do that. I'm trying to think of anything else we're missing. The estate is open to you all. There's guards at the city house, I assume?
Yes, you guys have house guards.
Okay.
That, more or less stay at your properties. There's a couple of them here at the city house. It's not like a full squad or anything like that. This is not the duchy. You guys more or less rely on the military to protect your assets here. It's just, you have a couple of personal guards and that's it.
Right. You all are welcome to come and go as you please. However, I would advise you against stealing. And
would we be able to eat meals there?
If you want, and please don't pee in my pool. Thank you.
I wasn't
CJ,
planning to, but thank you.
Yes.
Is there an Arderest estate?
Verardesta houses with Ariash.
Okay.
Because you're a cadet line, you're the main bloodline. Takes care of you and looks after you.
Takes precedence. Okay, I wasn't sure. That's why I asked.
Yeah, that's how it generally functions. The idea is if the main bloodline dies out because of whatever reason, the cadet line takes over. And so they look after the cadet line to be sure that the bloodline as a whole survives.
Right.
So
there's a few rooms in the back of the house. I believe me and Rihanna have quarters on the upstairs.
Sure.
I'll make my way over to the bookstore now if you want to go with me. Leverett, right? It doesn't matter.
Yes.
And she'll, look at each other, and she'll turn to the guards and be like, can you all make note that these three are able to come and go as they please?
The guards just kind of look at you and be like, yes, ma'am?
I don't like that sass. I want to do something.
No. No.
I'm going to rise above my baser instinct and just like sigh at them and then walk, make my way over to the bookstore.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
Oh no.
Can you see them rolling their eyes?
In which case, I start blasting.
Brianne, you can also make the perception check because I assume you're with her.
Yeah, well, yes.
With advantage?
Perception.
No
For
advantage.
God's sake.
Yay!
I don't even need it.
I got a decent roll.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you both kind of hear one of them, the sassy one, say to the other guy, who's just notoriously silent, say, I hope Asurian knows about this, because this looks like she's setting up for a party. The other guy goes, yep.
So I hear this, right?
Yeah, you hear it.
I'm gonna glare at them and be like, I am not setting up for a party. These are co-workers.
The
I
other,
slip my arm around Allegra's shoulders and go, it's alright. Don't worry about it. And I look at them and go, no. The only party we have is the adventuring kind.
We'll be back with the wine and food later.
Now that we should work together, we should make a habit in this week to eat at least one meal together, like dinner, to get to know each other better.
Fair enough.
I have a cook on retainer, right? And she'll look at the guards.
yeah, you have a cook in your house. I mean, you're
The house is staffed.
it's a ducal family house in the city. It's staffed.
Okay. Yes, definitely. We can do dinner. It's served at, Rian, when did we serve dinner?
8.
Yeah, that time.
Well, lady,
We
Ardessa,
keep
when
town
do you
hours.
plan-
Sorry, what?
Lady Ardessa, when do you plan to start buying the supplies? I believe that when I do my task of setting out for weapons, it would be easier if I have a cart waiting.
Well, let me get my cousin and Leverett to the bookstore, and I will meet you up in the Wainwright district, and we will go forward from there.
Yes, ma'am. And he makes like a military salute, and he starts running for the barracks while they're not meeting. He's going to do like some work.
Oh my god. It's like
I know.
a recruitment poster.
Yep. It's a puppy. Allegra. Serious talk for a moment. My mother gifted me with something, and it's magical, but I don't know that much about it. Later tonight, can you help me figure it out?
I can try. That's not particularly my strong suit, but I definitely know someone who can if I can't.
Okay. It's armor. And I think it would be a good thing to have and be attuned to, but I don't know how to do it.
I will look into it tonight when we
Fair
get
enough.
back from all of this.
Alright, I'm going to escort Leverett and Allegra to the library, and then I'm heading off to the Wainwright district.
Okay. So, Leverett and Allegra, you guys are escorted to... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Wrong button. This building here, Birmingham Netherlands. So that's more or less the library, bookstore. We've talked about that. For the purposes of finding a Wainwright and cart, you would need to kind of either double back or cut through part of the city there, Rian. You can either go like through the neighborhoods and stuff and go around the Circus Maximus to this district that I'm circling here with my line. This district is more or less the Craftsman's Guild area. It goes further into the east, but this is the section that sits in the center of the city.
Okay, of the paths that are open to me, which one would have food carts?
So the main highway here does have food setups occasionally, but you're more likely to run into like street food around Circus Maximus or in the actual district in these sections here.
Then I will wait until I get to the actual district and find something edible, because all I've had today was
Street meat.
Allegra's questionable food.
Wellington, questionable meat.
Yeah.
It's a hot dog that had a flavor packet.
It's like one of those like blackened and charred meats that's like stretched over a stick. Yeah. Good
It
times.
just tasted really high quality.
Yeah, it tasted really good though.
Like it.
Okay. So let's see. Dexter, you went back to the black site.
No.
I guess it's your barracks, apparently.
Yeah. I'm gonna fill up my time.
Yeah, I have to step away for a second, guys.
Sure. And is there someone you wanted to meet, Vakin?
Oh, yes, Idris. I'll go meet my friend Idris.
Okay. You know where to go. There's a really seedy inn in another part of town. You head over that way. You walk in. This is one of those bars where it's just like filled with smoke. And actually, I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about because that's a thing of the past now. But yeah, you walk into the bar. It's filled with smoke. There's just significant haze.
I remember the old smell.
Yeah, and the place smells like stale beer, regret, and vomit. You can barely make out that there may be like 4 people in here. The bartender is not even paying attention to what's going on. So, you walk up to the bar.
Huh?
And you say, what?
Oh. Oh God, sorry. I'll have 2 shots of the old special.
He nods. He puts down 2 glasses. He pulls up a bottle. The bottle is all covered in like scratches. It's brown. It's old. He gives you an eye. And then he pours this little yellow liquid. It's very bright yellow into both glasses. He stoppers it. He says, "You're looking for Idris, huh?"
Yep.
All right. He's in the corner.
Take both of the drinks.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
I didn't say I drank them. I take them.
Oh,
pick
you
them
take
up.
them. Okay, you pick them up.
Sorry, I was going to offer one to him and one to myself.
Okay, yeah. You take them over to the table. You put it down, one in front of each of you, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Long time no see, and I raise my glass to him.
He picks it up. He reaches his hand out, and you see that his skin is sort of a dark brown. His hair is black. He lowers his hood, and he's got this motley mop of hair on top of his head that's black. It's thick. Looks a little greasy. He's got a hawkish kind of nose. He doesn't look like he lives in Cruinthe. Or he's ever lived in Cruinthe. He's definitely looks like a foreigner, and he says in an accent, "I see you are partaking from my homeland. The desert scorpion's venom is what this is distilled from. You know that, don't you?"
Of course.
Cool. And he knocks it back.
Yeah. Tink glasses, drink. I'll roll.
Yep, Constitution saving throw. Because you're basically drinking distilled poison.
I was not ready for this accent.
You can mute yourself till you're ready for this accent.
A Swedish CJ.
21.
Anyone? Okay. He says, You're holding it better. That is good. That is good. Well, what do you want?
Well, I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of what to say. I need some information about the folks in the tribes in the Northern Hills.
How soon?
Say in a week. A week.
Premium information for premium speed. Well, yes. As long as you've got the coin to back it up.
And I take from my own personal stash.
Okay.
10 gold coins.
He looks at it, he counts it. Please, I know you can do better than that.
Put 5 more on the table.
Roll me a...
And you'll get another 5 when I hear the information.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check. Okay. Okay. He says, well, alright then. A week?
Yeah.
I'll have someone dig it up. Are you looking for something in specific?
Yes, what's the clan meet called again?
The Folkmoot.
The Folkmoot. What can you tell me about the folk? Anything about the Folkmoot would be of great interest.
I'll see what I can do. He takes the gold. He gets up and puts his hood back up. He says, you keep drinking that poison. It'll kill you one day. Arik Nabal, and he walks out.
I get up. I walk out.
Okay.
I've also marked off the gold.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'll head back to the library because we're supposed to meet up with God, I can't remember his name. To get the gifts.
Okay. Leverett?
Leverett, that's it, Leverett.
Yeah.
Leverett.
Alright. Alright, so let's go with the library then. Allegra and Leverett, you both are dropped off by Rianne at the library.
Thanks, Mom. Allegra's going to walk inside.
Okay.
And try to get a feel. She's been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Most assuredly. So she's gonna find a way around. She's going to go at first she's gonna swing by baby's first magical spell books,
Sure.
the intro to magics.
Yeah.
She's going to pick up one copy of that.
Okay.
And then she's going to walk around and try to find any kind of books about the northern tribes.
Okay, give me an investigate.
Oh, crud.
What did you expect?
Dude, I'm not in Dark Heresy, so I wasn't expecting investigation. On the plus side, I didn't need to be proficient in it.
No. So, you're looking around the stacks and you're looking for books about the northern tribes. You find a few. That could be topical. We'll call it about 3 books.
Okay. She'll add those to a hang on. I don't have. How big are the aisles around me?
Oh, it's tight in here. You've got maybe after you, there's maybe like a foot and a half between, like, of space total between the stacks. So it's like you, however wide that is, and then a foot and a half at most. So it's probably like a good 3 feet wide at the biggest.
So she's gonna like just if he's following me, then she's just gonna like hand him the books as she keeps going through the line and like looking at the spines, reading the first few pages if she deems necessary.
Well, we don't know what Leverett's doing yet, so
right.
Don't assume. So let's just cut over there and just see what Leverett's up to. Leverett, what are you up to in the library?
Okay, so Leverett is also looking for information on the tribes. I have a question for the dungeon master.
Absolutely.
My background is investigator.
Okay.
And I have a feature called Official Inquiry.
Uh-huh.
Experienced at gaining access to people and places to get the information you need. Now, they frame it as being to investigate crimes. Would that help me here?
It could. In the nation of Cruinthe, crime is in general investigated by the military.
Right.
So you could inquire with the military's official records to see what kind of information they have on the Darthak Tribes. So that would be a different angle to pursue, but that is what the angle you could pursue with your feature.
Oh, I was actually thinking more, would it help me find information here? Not necessarily to investigate crimes, but would it help me find the books I need?
It might help you inform you a little bit. Are you proficient in investigation in general?
Yes, I believe I am.
Okay. So for that, we'll give you advantage on that roll.
Okay. I will just let me try it on the thing here.
Oh, there you go. 23.
3.
Okay. You find a old text that barely says the word Darthak on the spine. It's very faded and worn and old. The leather binding is falling apart in layers, like it's peeling. The vellum inside has gone all the way through its color phases, and it is now very brittle paper. So you take it out very carefully. You find one of the tables and you open it up, and there's just like paper dust just flies out of it. What languages do you speak? Cruinthe and Darthaki?
Yes.
Okay. So you have found a old Darthaki text that is basically a poetic edda, but it give me an intelligence roll, just to see how you decipher this.
I'm right nearby. Find me. I can help. I can read. I can fight.
Leverett, are you still there? Oh, there you go. All right. So what you're finding is that while this is a poetic edda, it is also the basis of their culture. This is very much a Beowulf text. It is very much like the structure of their history and their culture and how they do things, laid out in the form of a story.
Okay, if I think I can get away with copying it, I will. If I think that'll be an issue, I will see about buying it.
Okay. There are there's like a few people who are here, not in this aisle, but there's like maybe like 15 people in total in the store. It's a big store. So you could probably get away with copying a good portion of it if you had enough paper and ink to do so.
I have my book of tales.
All right. So you can go ahead and start copying it. Are you translating to copy, or are you just copying in Darthaki?
I will copy it in Darthaki. Can always translate it later.
Yeah, that will be much faster. So this will take you a good 5 or 6 hours to copy the totality of the tome into your book of tales.
I will do so.
Okay. You can add. I will add an item to your token here, but it is called, for your edification, the Edda of the Grosse Jäger Darthaki. So I'll add that to your list. And gotta grab that book. Ooh. There. Okay, so let me open that up and then add. All right. So that is now on your Foundry sheet. It's basically just in your book of tales, which is this text that you've had for as long as you can remember. You copy. You start a new page and you copy and you copy. And as always, there's just more pages behind it. More pages available. You can always turn the page and there's a fresh one waiting there for you. You have the whole thing. It's been about 5 or 6 hours. So for you, it will be dark out when you leave Leverett. As for, was there anything else you wanted to do once you were done, Leverett?
He is probably starving, so he will carefully put it away, and he'll find something to eat.
Okay. Yeah, there's plenty of food around. You can easily acquire, food at one of the taverns, or head to, the market and get some street food, or whatever. Whatever suits your fancy. That's easily done, and cheaply done. Okay. So, for the interest of time, I believe to accomplish your total goals, you guys need to buy a cart, horses, food, and you want to buy materials for crafting, like hydrilium, like an ingot of hydrilium and some steel, as well as you want to requisition some weapons from the military Tau.
Yep.
Okay, so give me a persuasion roll. At advantage because you have the letter of authority with you, Tau.
Awesome.
Mr. Corday.
Let's go persuasion. 18. But natural 20.
That wasn't at 20.
You have a -2 to persuasion?
Yeah.
God, you're an ugly mother.
So, it's because he's walking around caked in mud and dirt all day.
Oh my god.
I was hoping somebody would have come with me, but I didn't want to matter it.
All right, so you go to your sergeant on the watch at your barracks, and you tell him about this, and you show him the letter, and he says, "Oh, fuck, you're on an actual mission."
Yes, sir.
Well, great. All right. Well, I guess Johnson's going to be my guy for scouting for this week. So, all right. Well, I can't help you. You know, I can't pull from this armory here for that. You have to go to the headquarters at the castle. So he directs you to the castle. You go to the castle. You're back at the castle for the second time today. You show your letter of authority when you enter. They put you to the armory. The arms master there says, "Oh, what the fuck is this? Hold on a second." and he runs up the order upstairs. Takes a good hour for him to hear anything. So you're just chilling with this dude. Wheels of military bureaucracy at work here. An hour later, he gets a call down through a metal pipe, and he says, "All right, so I've authorized basic kit for 5 soldiers to be distributed to you. So that's 5 short swords, 5 shields, 5 sets of armor. That's a total of 10 grenades, and that's about it. So, you have like a cart for me to load this to? Or are you carrying all this shit yourself? If you don't have the cart now, you're carrying it.
Well, I said that I was going to meet Rihanna first, so we could like do our things, and then I would have done this.
Okay.
So we've been to the Wainwright district to get a cart and horses.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Wainwright district, carts and horses.
Do you need me to bargain for that, or?
You don't really need to bargain for that. You can just purchase a cart and horses if you'd like. For how many horses are you going to buy?
Well, I know Allegra's not going to want to ride. So 2 carts. Two horses
per cart or 2 horses per cart?
Depends on the size of the cart.
Mm.
And up to the game master's discretion. Game master's discretion is?
Game master's discretion is a smaller cart might be more maneuverable in the Highlands, so you may want a 1-horse cart.
Okay.
Just for the simple fact that you're going into rough terrain, a longer or wider cart will be harder to maneuver.
Fair enough. 2 smallish carts with hill ponies or hill horses if they have any.
Okay.
You know the type of horses I'm talking about?
Yeah, the kind that can just like Skyrim their way through life. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
2 of those and 4 riding horses.
Yes, so
it helps to have a spare because we got to have 2 people riding carts.
Mm-hmm.
And
some riding
sorry,
horses.
Mounted scouts are always a good thing.
Oh God, you're gonna be pissed when I show up with my summoned steed.
Is your what?
His summoned steed spell.
That's fine. Why would I be pissed about that? Magic can be disrupted.
You are gonna be so mad when I give you some extra resources.
No, you bought a horse for me, right? And I'm gonna show up my own.
Alright, so
great!
So
awesome!
That's an extra horse. Like, that's not a bad thing. So 4 horses, 2 horses that are disguised as billy goats, and did you want a cart or 2 carts?
2 carts, please.
2 carts. Okay.
I have to keep playing.
That way we can divide everything between the 2, so if we lose one, we're not completely wiped out.
Alright.
We're not losing one.
Just flat out says, we're not losing any. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see here.
And some supplies to repair the cart a la Oregon Trail.
That'll come with it, we'll say.
Does nobody here have mending?
Do I
don't see that as an option.
I do have mending.
Whew. Good thing we have mending.
Where do you guys have mending? I don't see that on here.
It's a spell.
It's on my spell list.
Okay.
All right. So
right?
Fighter here.
So the total for all of that stuff, like the horses, food, the supplies that you were gonna buy, all that stuff, including like the food and stuff for a week, right? Will be
No, you said it. We're figuring 2 weeks.
2 weeks, right? For 2 weeks.
We said 3.
3 weeks.
Okay, Taylor, shut up. Okay, before you say the price, is this a place where I can buy winter clothing or like clothing for cold weather?
Yeah, you could buy clothing for winter weather anywhere in the city. It's winter.
Yeah, I would.
It's winter
It's
right
winter
now.
now,
So
so
you
yeah.
should be wearing winter clothing. So we'll just assume that you have winter clothing on.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's only 3 episodes. We're not doing a macroeconomics game. Okay.
Thank God.
Darn it.
So for the
Buy low, sell high.
the total for supplies, horses, carts, materials to repair said carts in case something goes sideways, is 625 gold pieces.
I have 400 plus. You said 625.
I have 150 from what was given me, so I will help top it off.
Oh no.
Inventories.
So
Oh,
one,
So let's see.
150
Oh,
minus
yes, we
400.
me and
Hold up, Barn.
Latford. Oh.
So 120 is what we're missing.
So 400,
125?
400, right? So it's 625.
Right.
Minus 400, right? And then he said what, 150?
Yeah.
150.
That leaves you at 75 left over.
No problem.
I can use it for my personal gold. Do you have some too?
Oh God,
You want to
yes.
split it?
Just
Sure.
charge it to the Ariash estate.
Yeah.
Don't understand.
I'll pay 40.
No, I don't roll that way. Am I giving up 125 or 75?
It's just 75.
Done.
Okay.
I got your message, Deadman. Absolutely. Just a second.
I wonder if showing the letter of authority would give us a discount.
One way to find out.
Okay. So, let's see here. So you guys have taken the cash money out of your accounts, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm back to my original money, minus some.
Okay. So, Leverett, a hand crossbow will cost you 75 gold pieces. Ammunition will be free. So you can have 20 bolts of crossbow ammo with the hand crossbow at 75 gold pieces.
Hey, Rihanna, out of the 75, how much did you give?
75.
She took all of it.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so that takes care of food supplies and stuff. You guys acquired books, right? As for buying those books, it's 25 gold pieces a tome. Thibaut?
How many books did I get?
You got 3, so that'd be 75.
Okay.
Alright. And Leverett copied the book that he wanted. So, is there anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe.
Alright.
Well, isn't Latford and I supposed to go shopping for gifts and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll let them do their thing.
So you guys are a little bit over time. Is that okay?
Oh, I mean, I got no. I'm okay.
Alright. So we'll wrap up this and then we'll close for the evening. So Leverett and Vaken.
Yeah.
You're buying gifts. What are you guys looking for?
Well, Latford, you got an idea?
Yes, I'm thinking we definitely want some things to give out to kids. Maybe small, high quality knives with wood or bone handles. Some sort of some kind of stringed beads or something, or bracelets that they'd like. They don't have to necessarily be expensive, but look nice. Maybe fur cap, something like this. Small things to hand out.
Okay.
Things that aren't going to cost us a fortune, but will this a lot of ground.
So, basically,
Hard
something that we
candy.
can buy in bulk that we can give to.
Right. I mean, if you roll up to a guy, to a knife maker and say, "Can we get 50 knives?" Whatever, they'll probably cut you a little bit of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, especially if we give them how long we're gonna stay to order supplies, like a week.
Yeah.
So we'll say we need so many knives done in a week, and then we'll go to another guys we need this much stuff done in a week, and then we'll go to a confectionery, and we'll get we want this much. We want this order completed by this time.
Okay, so the various sundries and gifts that you're going to get, being the hats, knives, little candies for kids, and such, bracelets, little knickknacks, that kind of thing. With the amount that you're getting, do you want to get a low, medium, or high amount of that stuff?
I'm going to put in a suggestion that you might want to get ribbon. Super bright, colorful ribbon.
Good idea.
Fireworks. Kids love fucking
It's dangerous.
fireworks.
Some of my spirits
love
speaking to me.
fireworks.
They say we should also get fireworks.
Fireworks. So I think we'll get a small amount of knives, a small amount of beads. We can get a medium amount of ribbons and a large amount of candy. You would say?
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Yeah, because consumables will be are going to be cheaper, and we'll go through them faster as well.
Okay, so you guys
we could probably get a barrel full of candy.
Yeah.
So you guys get all that stuff together, and that's going to run you since the knives that you're asking to be made, wooden bone handles, they're not mass production for military use. They're more or less for they're more or less crafted by a skilled craftsman individually. In total, with the knives, the hats, the candy, the beads and the knickknacks and such, the ribbon, 60 gold pieces in total. In the amounts that you've asked for. Final notes. Tao, you did take note of how many grenades you were given, right?
It was
10 grenades.
10, right?
No, it was 10 grenades.
Yes.
It was 10 grenades. When that is handed over to you, it's handed over to you in a case. The armorer does say, "Do not drop this. Under any circumstances, do not drop this. I'm serious, do not drop this. If you fucking drop this, you will be dead. And everyone around you will be dead.
Turns around and trips.
No jokes. You will be dead. Your friends will be dead. Your family, the next county over, will be dead. Okay? Don't drop it. Are you gonna drop it?
No, sir.
He's gonna drop it.
Alright. You can have it. Tell me you have
I
it.
drop it.
Alright, let me grab some dice.
I do.
I guarantee you, we're not going to throw a single grenade. What we're going to do is that there's going to be a giant monster show, and we're just going to toss this briefcase at it. Toss the briefcase.
Okay. This is the upgraded version of the necklace of fireball, the briefcase of holy hand grenades.
Yeah, it's a big case of grenades. There are 10 fulmination potions in there. You know how they work. You pop a cork and you got maybe 5 seconds, maybe if you're lucky, before that thing goes off in your hands. And it's not pretty. Sometimes it doesn't take 5 seconds. Sometimes it takes less than 5 seconds. So that's a pop and chuck kind of deal.
Okay.
It's elephant toothpaste.
I'm gonna get everything and I'm gonna load it up on the cart that's probably outside waiting for me.
Yeah. Once all of that's done, paperwork is finalized for the handing over of the military goods. You guys are more or less ready for departure within a week's time. So one more thing I want to go over. Did anyone want to shop for gear or weapons or anything for themselves?
Yes,
I would.
I sent a message
Oh, you did? Where?
in Boundary.
Okay. Okay. So other than that,
Ruh-roh.
was
Is
there
it
anything else anyone
fine?
wanted to buy?
Oh,
Is it
yes, I'd
fine if
like to get some
trade-
locksmithing tools.
Okay. You want to buy locksmithing tools. Tao, what were you going to try to buy?
If I buy like adventuring gear, do I need to go buy you, or can I use the book prices?
You can use the book price.
Yeah, just going to buy like a normal things. I would actually like to buy a better armor, which would be by 200 gold. It would be. Hold up, let me get the.
Well, what kind of
Name of
armor?
it?
Their availability is a thing for. I thought you were just going to buy like an adventurer's kit, not like armor. So, what are you looking for armor-wise?
I'm just curious if like splint armor is available.
Currently, no. There is chainmail +1, chain shirt +1, or leather armor +1 that's available.
Say those again.
Chainmail or shirt +1 each, and leather armor +1.
Wait, so you mean studded leather, essentially?
Means yes, but it's +1 leather armor. That's
Okay, so leather armor +1 and chain shirt +1
and chainmail +1.
and chainmail +1. How much is the chainmail +1?
The chainmail +1 is a lot. It's at a premium because of the war effort. So it's currently running 1575. Sorry, I misspoke. 1575. I'm looking at two different items right now. I'm looking at the grimoire. I'm trying to do the math on that. I'm looking over at the chain shirt. I'm like, this is 15,000. No, it's not. It's 1575.
Is it above 200?
Yes, it's over 200 gold pieces
Never mind. I don't want to buy armor.
because it's enchanted.
Okay. I'm just buying stuff from like the adventuring gear, normal shit like caltrops, hunting, soap.
Yeah,
Because
that kind of stuff you can get out of the D&D prices. Armor and weapons are a different price point.
okay, I'm fine.
As for your arcane grimoire, Allegra, let's see.
Come on.
Mhm.
Go on.
Breathe, cousin, breathe.
No! If I breathe, he changes his mind.
Are we?
No, that's the player talking. Allegra, breathe, honey, breathe.
Oh my god, I'm about to die.
So your old mentor says, you want a better you want to. Oh man.
He's left this guy.
Did your dad?
Son of a bitch!
Let me finish. Hold on, it gets funnier. Did your daddy give you a jump on your allowance, Allegra? Because like, you know that's really expensive.
I'm gonna stare at him deadpan.
Here, and he gives you his graduation gift for you. What? Have this instead. You can't afford the enchanted grimoire.
I'm going to look at the gift, look back up at him, look down at it, back up at him. I'd rather have the book.
Well,
And then turn and walk out.
and I'd rather be retired, but you know what fucking happened.
That's not my fault. And then I'm just going to walk out, ignoring anything he says.
He says, "No, it's Calvin's."
That is entirely correct. I have to acknowledge that one.
Oh, it's like can we buy magic items, CJ? Do we have a list of them?
No.
Okay, never mind then.
You guys,
How much will +1 weapon cost?
a lot. I mean, it would
Okay.
it would have cleared your budget.
Okay, fair enough.
Because
Oh boy.
again, there's like expeditionary forces are advancing. They have taken up pretty much all of the supply. So prices have shot very high for enchanted stuff. Regular steel, cheap as fuck. But your enchanted stuff, that's expensive because that's going straight into military hands.
Oh yeah.
So how much did that?
CJ, how much would a normal chain shirt cost?
A normal chain shirt?
With the war prices.
With current, well, I mean, you could probably get one for like 20 gold pieces right now.
Okay, I'm gonna buy one.
Okay. Yeah, you can get
Something like Rianne would like to pick up. Actually, two of them
sure.
are full-sized, full-length, lined fur riding cloaks.
Okay.
One for her and one for Allegra.
Okay. That will cost you like 10 gold pieces.
How much would it cost for large cushions and blankets? Like, obscenely large blankets.
Yeah, that'll be another 10 gold pieces. Just cross that off.
I will buy several.
You'll buy several, okay.
Oh boy.
And then Allegra's going to get with Brienne's going to get with Allegra and work on attuning the silks of the flame spinner.
Okay.
Because I need to do that.
Yeah, the silks of the flame spinner basically grant you fire resistance. As well as the benefits as if they were chainmail. And none of the disadvantages.
Right.
So you feel like when you don them, you feel too light. It's weird. But, it's flexible, it's quiet.
And it takes away my disadvantage to stealth.
Yeah. You take a knife and you draw a knife across it, doesn't cut it. So, it's good.
Oh.
Yeah. The reason why magic items are priced to full budget is because each of you was given a magic item that is very useful for this campaign.
I have one last question.
Sure.
Bags of holding.
So a bag of holding. Yeah, you could probably get one of those.
What would
Probably
the price on it be?
probably like 250 gold pieces.
You know what? Son of a bitch. I'm in.
All right.
It's okay. This is a necessary thing. You guys don't understand.
Okay.
Void grenade.
No.
Is that instructions or what it actually is?
No.
A void grenade. A void grenade.
I have destroyed a boss one time by using a portable hoe and a and a bag of holding. It was not fun.
All right.
For it.
So
For anybody, I assume. And the boss battle's over.
No. The party was gonna die. I did that out of necessity. We lost some gold though.
any last minute items for purchase?
Not that I can think of.
All right.
Nope.
Can I get a sham wow to absorb all these tears? I'm about to cry.
Absolutely. That'll cost you a gold piece.
I'm out of gold.
Okay. The you guys gather your stuff, and you get ready to set off out of the city. With the information that you have gleaned, the stuff that you've acquired, the last thing that you guys learned from the books that you've acquired, reading throughout the week, as well as the Edda that Levert has, but though Levert has a lot more information than this, but this is what we can cover in a brief period, as well as what your contact gave you, Vakin. The Folkmoot is a diplomatic meeting between all the tribes. It is generally accepted that if you are coming in a diplomatic capacity, you'll be accepted to the Folkmoot. The way it works is in a few different steps. That you guys can mull this over throughout the week, and you can talk about it out of character if you'd like. But these are the steps of the Folkmoot. The first step is the airing of grievances. The second step is the counseling of others. The third step is the feast. And the fourth step is the resolution. And that is how the tribes work out their differences. Now,
So this is what I learned from Ildra?
This is what you learned from yes, this is what you learned from Idris.
Okay, and I hand him the 5 gold.
Yeah.
But
And this is also what you pick up, Allegra, from your readings in the book. And Leverett, you also picked that up, that there are these 4 steps, though it's in the Edda. And Leverett's information is much more in detail, but we don't have the time right now to go through it. So that's the last thing you learn. So as you depart from the city, you begin to head northeast towards where the Folkmoot will be taking place. Of course, as always, Tao is the last to load over. There he goes.
There's some tracking over here.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So it's been a week, so let me move forward by a week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is now the 27th of Crozios. And departure for Darthak Rising through the wilds. Save.
how much did the tools cost, by the way, that I purchased?
Oh, that would be from... You said lockpicking tools?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I put them in D&D Beyond what I purchased.
So thieves' tools would be what you would need for lockpicking.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
That's 25 gold pieces.
Thank you.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
So you guys leave the city on the 27th of Crozios. You head towards the northeast and begin your journey.
Ruh-roh.
Okay.
Oh.
How many moons does this world have?
3.
5.
No.
Okay. So we let- I think we left on a very auspicious day then.
Yeah, don't worry. You should see how bad the high tide really gets.
Oh yeah, and CJ, since he was talking about the lockpicking, I bought a lock, and I'm just gonna go right ahead and lock the case that the grenades are in.
Sure. Alright, so the party comes to rest over on a bluff looking over the village of Mirthhaven. You'll arrive at Mirthhaven tomorrow. And this is the scene that you guys camped down to. And this is where we will leave for the evening.
Woo! Cool.
I like camping as a wizard.
Thank you guys for coming out. Do yourselves a favor and don't watch the stream until all of you guys have played through all of the episodes. That way you don't see any of the DM's notes that happen to pop up while I'm going about things. So wait until we're done the whole series of 3 for this, and then you guys can go back and watch and see stuff if you'd like. So there's just a little bit of stuff that pops up behind the scenes that would be a spoiler and would ruin the fun and the magic. So we want the magic to stay intact. We want the fun to stay intact. Last thing I want to say is I hope you all had a good time. I'm glad to have you all aboard, and I hope to play again with you soon. 2 weeks until the next episode of Darthak Rising.
Yay!
Yeah.
Super excited, dude. This is shitloads of fun.
All
Oh
right.
my god, yes.
I have to say, this is probably the best shopping trip I've had D&D in a while.
All right.
I would like to buy 50 mirrors. All
right.
the mirrors in your town.
All right. Well, I'm going to end the stream now. Everybody have a good time. Thank you, chat, for stopping by.